Welcome to today's session of Viewer Levels. As we await the first submissions that will come in and populate the queue, as usual, we're going to begin with a bit of a warm-up. This is a remake of the old Famicom classic Circus Charlie, a remake of all 5 levels in the original version, or in the Famicom and NES version with music. I think there were some versions of the game that may have predated that system, but honestly, that was so long ago, I don't remember. But in any case, it's Aura Sphere's childhood, and we'll see how much of this we recognize. It seemed like there were far more than 5 levels back in the day, but I think we just have a distorted sense of scale for how large and ambitious games were back in that era. So, why don't we take a look? Okay, going to begin here with a title screen and a door. And looks like it is going to be a multi-checkpoint level. Beginning with a coin dropping here to kick things off somehow. 10, 30, 50, 30, 10. Oh, I see. So the on-off switch will affect which rooms you have access to. Let's head in here. And, yeah. Jumping over some fire without any additional burden of riding a circus animal, but the platforming more or less remains intact. Anyway, arrows are going to give me a few jumping locations here. Fairly relaxed so far. Once again, my memory of the original game isn't quite so precise as to see exactly how on the nose this remake is, but well, of course we have access to certain things like the Super Mario World spin jump, but oh yeah, it looks like we'll eventually be passing through here with a different on-off state. That's how a number of variants of that are going to be crammed into the same layout with the same music. Lemmy, of course, is just there to demonstrate that this is the circus. Let's go through this pipe. The order isn't going to particularly matter here. And no, we should bounce. We should definitely take a bounce from time to time. Yeah, it looks like there will be some state switching that allows you to proceed through some of these rooms multiple times, although I don't quite see a second entrance into this area or any kind of state switching, so likely this will not be one of those selections. XGM, welcome. Good to see you as always, and I guess soon enough we'll be seeing Sunburned Desert. We have a pipe and a door. The pipe is just decorative. So yeah, I guess we did this our own order here. But we'll just do all the ones that start with the on state first, just to keep things clear. And whoops. Spectacular miss, but then that's why we try to get these mishaps out of the way nice and early. And through we go. Look at that boo on the top left just following along. And then, okay, up we go. Not much headroom here, but we'll make it. Can't quite reach that fire flower either. I wonder how much of it is just there for musical instrumentation. We'll just get through this layout again and find out. Or had I already... No, I hadn't done this one, but there are 2 pipes, as you can see, because there is going to be some kind of change involving the on-off switching, which will probably reveal what those boos are all about, depending on how things in this layout are assembled and stacked together, and what is currently being spawn blocked by all of the red blocks up top. And okay, where do we go? Yeah, very suspicious looking flower there that has fallen well below the note block level. And welcome back. Okay, that's where we go. And yeah, it's going to be through this layout again, except this time with the off state, which is just going to transform it into a different challenge entirely, but with the same music. And yeah, through we go. I'm trying to remember aesthetically which of these levels is which. Because I just vaguely have this memory of Circus Charlie involving riding the lion or something and jumping through all those hoops of fire, which is analogous to one of these challenges, but I think it was maybe the first one that we saw. Dexterity, welcome. Thank you for the Cursed TV World experience. Eager to see the latest iteration of the Cursed TV series. Ah, yes, okay. Yoshi has got to be the lion jumping through hoops. We do not want to get trapped under the one-way panels. That was a bad idea, but yeah, we do need to keep our head above water here, I think. Otherwise, I'll just be very trapped by the time we get to the end. But let's find that out the hard way. I'm pretty sure this is going to be death, and that this is a failure condition here, but yep, we get squished. But that's okay, now we know to avoid that. Anyway, 4 coins in, one last one plus the safety coin, of course. Yes, and we just get pushed directly into Yoshi, but need to get that bounce a little bit earlier. By the looks of it. Okay, let's go. Let's not crouch. And yeah, I guess the arrows that we saw the first time we were running through this part of the layout, that's what they are all about. Now, it looks to me like you can, in an emergency, probably ditch Yoshi and jump off as Mario in some locations here, if you're able to stay above the bumpers, but some of the bumpers, of course, do drop off the tracks as you go, so that's not likely to be a solution. This will be, once again, a squish. Okay, back onto Yoshi. And yeah, I need to get that jump much sooner, otherwise we just get stuck. We'll just take to death here just to speed things up. Definitely having a bit more trouble here than with some of the other challenges so far, usually owing to not getting onto bumpers quickly enough. But we just follow the arrow markers quickly enough to do that. And I think in general we should be fine. Not sure about the down arrow in those diagonal arrow pairs, but I think that was probably relevant to whatever was going on when we were here with the state still set to on. But that time I was not really following any indications either, so... the up arrows, however, are going to be quite consistent about asking me to anticipate the bumpers of falling off the upper tracks, so... We'll keep that in mind, we should be out of here soon enough. Oops. Yeah, definitely far deadlier than any of the other segments so far. Total clear rate on this level is in the 2% range, and none of the other challenges struck me as that. They all seem generally a bit easier, but... Again, this is a recreation of a game from almost 40 years ago. 30-something years ago. Well, if it's a Famicom version, it would be 35-ish, but... Back then, I don't remember quite what the difficulty balancing was either, as you proceeded from stage to stage. Nope, still missing that. But yeah, definitely having some trouble at finding the right way to jump above the bumper. As we get into that, I mean, I could, of course, track the arrows a little more accurately, like that, and that would solve some problems. This is, of course, an auto-scroll segment, but one where you have the cloud here pushing me in a certain pattern that is going to be a regular pattern, I think, because it is always going to be camera-dependent positioning. So, we'll just see how that's going to go. Nope, still pushing back a little too long there. We'll see what we can do. Yeah, I can definitely see that this segment by itself is going to be responsible for most of that 2% clear rate, which didn't seem reflected by the relative ease of the other segments we had seen first. We definitely seem to have saved the best for last, or at least the trickiest for last, however you would like to look at it. But we'll go back there, we'll see how it goes. Nope, still missing. So yeah, we'll just gradually get this back in order. Let's see. As soon as we see the arrows, we pretty much have to go. I think that's really all there is to it, to avoid that squish. Amazing how reading indications can work from time to time, not always though, depending on your inaccuracy in one direction or the other. Yeah, sometimes I get results, sometimes I, of course, am a little bit off the diagonal that's prescribed there. I do think I need to be jumping a little bit ahead of the arrow. But again, the visibility of the bumper coming down does leave much to be desired. Yeah, it definitely comes in a little bit high relative to all of the blue blocks that are obstructing my way and threatening to squish, as we see later on. But we'll just go back and see if we can sort that out. Nope. Well, the resets are quick and efficient, at least. But we'll definitely have to do something to get this to go a little bit smoother. Just really holding a full jump into that thing. I'm trying to get out as soon as possible. And yeah, it seemed like I was a little late there because I was pushing back against the blaster there, and I really should have just been going a full tilt forward, by the looks of it. And yep, there we go. That looked like it almost could have gone badly, but we'll just try to get ahead here and catch that bumper timing, but as you can see, we're still a little bit off. Shouldn't be too many of those segments to deal with, though, so we'll get this sorted out in no time. And that's why we warm up. Not the only reason, but a good enough reason. I see, I am a little bit late there. So I should not be pulling back between segments at all. I should actually just be continuing to run to push up against the auto-scroll, it looks like. Because that last one that I'm missing is because I'm a little bit late on getting to the bumper in the first place before it has fallen to a position that's a little bit further than what I can reach. And so clearly, that's where we have to make the adjustment. Yeah, still no. Oh, we'll hopefully get this fixed up soon enough. And up we go. Nope. Yeah, surprisingly tricky. The height just seems a little bit too... not tight, but definitely a bit demanding, depending on how quickly you're going to visualize that, especially because you can't quite see where your angle landing towards the bumper is going to be, so... Now, if it is something that's faithful to the spacing of the original game, I think it's something that probably could have been relaxed a little bit just for the sake of playability here. As you can see, yeah, turning back at all is going to just throw me off. Really do need to run for it. Same with this one here. Nope. Oh, gonna be late. Really should try jumping off Yoshi to survive against the bumpers there, in case that's almost to the end. I believe that we had seen previously how long this is and how many segments we have to get through. But we'll first of all acknowledge the raid. That is from G Mystic Bot. Let's see. And you were last playing West of Loathing. Okay, very interesting. I've seen that game before. I remember when it came out on the Switch. I've not actually played it myself. I know it's that Western RPG of sorts with the hand-drawn line art. Okay, that's your streaming alt. Okay. Interesting that you do run multiple accounts then for streaming and not streaming. You know what? This is what we should have been doing in the first place. Because we know the original game, which is that Yoshi here is taking the place of the lion. You're supposed to jump off Yoshi and let Yoshi be pushed back into position, because that's how... You see, now the original game is instantly recognizable, and this is very easily cleared, so... Trying to make that jump with Yoshi in the first place was possible, and I think that was actually maybe slightly misleading. But we just took completely the wrong approach. And had we actually kept our eye on the theme, which is a remake of Circus Charlie, that would have been understandable, but the height and spacing there were such that it looked like the intuitive thing to do was to abandon Yoshi along the way, so... Thank you for the follow. And Generic Mystic, no worries about heading out. I mean, we know how raids tend to go when you're wiped out at the end of your own stream, so... Thank you very much for dropping by with your West of Loathing alt. And you have a good night yourself. Let's get into the queue. As always, it's just going to be an alternation between next and sub-next, where that is applicable. But we'll see. We'll actually be starting with a level from XGM, who is an active sub, so we'll make these decisions as we go. We've got a pretty short queue right now, of course, but I know that Dexterity tends to send me some giant multi-part levels sometimes, and so it's nice to be able to alternate between short ones and big ones, just so we can fit in as much as possible and give everything a proper recording. So this scorching desert is so hot and bright that a sunburn is imminent. Angry sun incoming, perhaps. And Electrodude, thank you for sending me your maker code. Looking forward to another grind through Flaming Fortress of Fury, which I'm very out of practice on, but hopefully we can recover our position there. It's sort of interesting that marking Podoboo destinations has become such a convention in Mario Maker, given that the original games got by without them, without really feeling blind. But of course, the original games weren't necessarily designed around certain modern speedrunning habits where people just go, go, go. So, as you can see, I'm being reckless about it regardless. Yeah, I sometimes don't know how I feel about that in a traditional context. Because, I mean, on one hand, people don't like getting sniped, and also the spawn timings in this game relative to the original Mario games, when it comes to things like pipes, can feel a little bit off. But at the same time, having everything marked like that feels like it's a little off the traditional style in a way that is kind of a balance between clarity and, you know, just the sense of the original Mario skill set and its own playability. So let's jump over to Sun. And okay, there we go. And okay, over to this. Yeah, next gem is with a lot of the levels that you've been cranking out. The platforming itself is fine. I find that, as with one of the levels I talked about yesterday, that maybe it could do with some kind of additional elaboration of the concept as you get from the first to the second half, so they don't just feel like the same level twice, before and after the checkpoint. I mean, there are some differences here, of course. A very steady escalation in the amount of fire you're dealing with and the height of the pokies and so on, but I mean, sort of conceptually, it feels very much like the same level. But twice. Again, when things are designed to be played in a long sequence of something like a world of many short levels, that's probably not as noticeable. When playing things as a single, you do kind of see that quite a bit. In terms of having that repetition feel a little bit more conspicuous. It's not an exact repetition, of course, it's just that the concept doesn't seem to develop. But the platforming itself, as I said, was in pretty good shape. And okay. And here we go. Fire flower here, so we can shoot some fire with our fire and accomplish absolutely nothing. And yeah, I'd actually forgotten that the shell also kills the Angry Sun. A lot of things do, actually. The Angry Sun is surprisingly vulnerable in this game. Again, I've been playing a little bit recklessly when it comes to being given considerable warning about all of these locations where the Podoboo is just going to come up and shoot me. Let's go up. And thank you for the GG. I don't think we have other active subs in yet, so we'll go on with Dexterity. And thank you, NextGM, for submitting once again. So this will be the Cursed TV World Experience. Actually, a short level with a fairly high clear rate, so we'll see what this is about. It implies in the pixel art screen some Phanto. But we've seen a couple of these Cursed TV theme concepts before, and it'll be interesting to see what kind of variation lies in store. And thank you for checking in, of course. Okay, so this is the Cursed TV. Looks like we're well into the high definition flat screen era. Donut jump. Oh, do not jump, right? Okay. Probably because that affects the Phanto movement, I would imagine. I totally misread that as donut jump. I kind of want to jump just to see what happens to manipulating Phanto's position. It'll probably just kill me, but... Oh, okay, so it's kind of a little music concept. Oh, Persona 4 reference. Okay, I wouldn't have been able to pick up on that. I've not played Persona games. Yeah, neat little music level there. And let's get into the next one. Yeah, Dexterity. I actually have a whole bunch of your longer ones that I still have to go back to and finish at some point. Possibly on one of our unfinished business streams when I do just that. But it's nice to have a bit of a change of pace here as well. So we'll punch through that. And next GM, since your levels tend to be fairly short, we'll just grab you from the sub queue once again, so we don't get too backlogged. Since these are rather fast and getting through things at a brisk pace. Then we'll head to Electrodude after that. I say that, of course, after heading into a 1.44% level with an 8-minute world record. But that, of course, is on the only clear so far. So ski lifts carry patrons up the snowy slopes. Be careful and grab on. And yeah, you would think that the statistics just have not settled and that the first person who took a crack at this might just have run into a bit of trouble, so... Okay. Sure, we'll grab some snowballs. Why not? Okay. Yeah. Luckily, I was able to just jump into that blindly and catch the claw all the way on the far side. Reckless thing to do, but we did it. And yeah, you can see from the spacing of the coins where the original spawning position of the claw was going to be. Sometimes you do need to wait for the claw to come into a suitable position, but that's because of the point at which it is going to spawn when it is within that 3 tiles spawning range of the camera, so we'll push through here. And whoops, back up a little bit. Yeah, we can probably make it. Not actually necessary to take that lift, so we won't. Whoops. Oh, totally thrown off with the hit that I took there. Paying too much attention to the pokey head, in fact, that I had dropped in, thinking it was a snowball. Our problems only snowballed from there. Yeah, as you can see, they just cut through the lower level, as we know. And yeah, it looks like you'll need to tap into a third profile soon enough, considering how quickly you've been getting through this one. Well into the 40s already. Seems like you've been uploading a storm. And, you know, I think it's probably possible to, whoops, plop a shell on top of one of the claws and jump on it from there, assuming that we can kind of arc ourselves in such a way that we don't activate the claw drop. I want to try this just a moment, because it'll affect what we do on the other side. Okay, so let's drop that guy. Yeah, so it's not going to give us a lot of height. Probably not enough to hit those platforms in the next segment, but I just wanted to try that out to kind of gauge the height that I was working with. Once you get burned out, it's over. I mean, in the meantime, you've got an ample supply of levels to give me, so works for me. Yeah, makers come and go. That's just a reality of this game. as well as the game before it. It's been nice, actually, to see how many people have stuck around with it long term, especially among the people who were already submitting levels to me last year. And Chivalry is dead. Thank you for Light Kaizo Goomrat Jamboree. Fairly early in the queue, and so hopefully we'll get to you soon. Depending on how long I spend grinding the one that is located after this. Okay. In we go. Yeah, the spacing of those is rather nice. Having consecutive claws like that in a level like this one, you don't want them too far apart, of course, just in case there is some inconsistency in spawning distances. And here, all looks fine to me, except of course we missed. Totally not gauging my adjustment there correctly. Nope. Still not really accounting for the swing. Or at least playing a little too impatiently for my own good. Yeah, once again, I should actually take the time to not just guess the momentum of the first claw that I'm in, and actually let it settle a bit so I know what my direction of travel is going to be. There we go. Okay. Much better if we just take our time for once and bother to aim. I guess I'm just so accustomed to levels where you do, in fact, have to go full tilt out of the claws that it's very easy to just assume that claw-to-claw jumps will all work in the same fashion. And yeah, Chivalry is dead. I'm glad you enjoyed the commentary. That apparently keeps people coming back from time to time. We'll take this and go claw to claw. Okay, much better. Not so much better. Whoops. Yeah, of course, when things like that throw me off slightly, that's usually enough to just sink all of the other expectations that come right after. That will be the end of that attempt. Okay. Here we are. And yeah, just going to go like this. This would be a fun one to speed through. I say that a lot about Next GM's levels, in fact, that, you know, we tend to play through them in a bit of a plain fashion. And this one is one that directly addresses the sort of thing I was talking about earlier, about the early and late halves of a level feeling conceptually too similar. This is not the case here. I think this level actually develops the ideas from the first to the second half very well, in terms of giving you a different set of challenges that still feels like they are part of the same level. So, whoops, still overshooting. And more like 4 or 5% clear. Yeah, I agree. I agree. I'm being a bit sloppy, of course. And I certainly understand from my own experience how easy it is to just overestimate clear rates in this game, but I totally agree with that. I think that it's easy to be a bit careless in this segment, but these are all very avoidable problems, even for people who are not especially technical players. You just need to aim towards the next claw a little bit better than I've been doing. And here we go. Yeah, I guess these segments here, of course, they don't give you a lot of room to be swinging. Whoops. Oh, barely salvaged that. That's the ending right there. And yeah, let's do this final challenge here. Very nice. Thank you for the GGs. It's a new record. Unlikely to hold for very long, but we'll take it. And yeah, so I took probably about 12 attempts on that one. Yeah, so that would be a suitable estimate, I think, that, you know, with a balance of players of different abilities, you should be looking at something in the 5% range at least. I would think so. Nothing too complicated. Mr. Electrodude. Let's take a look at whatever this is. This is your maker code. I recognize it by now after having seen it so many times. And we'll get back into the grind. Hello, Furrynova. Good to have you here. So yeah, this one we've kind of been playing on and off for a while. I've been very close to getting to the first pipe, usually just one jump away. But it is a jump that is the most difficult one in the level, from what I've been told, so don't necessarily expect to be getting the clear. But practice does help, considering that it will at least get me warmed up for any other shell levels that may come in later. Always very satisfying to take some time off of these and see that I'm still able to play. Like, this is going unusually well. Whoops, I missed that, of course. But yeah, you shoot the piranha, and then there's going to be a shell grab, and then there's going to be a reclaim right here. And that's the problem. And the obstacle that I had not gotten over so far. But the fact that I was able to get back there on the first try is very encouraging. At Furrynova, by now, we've had, of course, many, many famous last words. As you can see. And, yeah. So, that was maybe a bit misleading as a start in terms of how comfortable I was going to be with this today. Because, as you can see, I haven't been able to make the first jump since, so... Anyway, Furrynova, thank you for springtime shelling. As you can see, we're just kind of getting back into the shelling here to see if we can get the spacing right. I wonder why I'm struggling all of a sudden, considering that we had just demonstrated that I was able to do this after not having looked at it in some time. That happens, though. You just have to take it in stride. There we go. Nope, there, of course, I was trying to do the shell grab and a throw, and I accidentally shot the thing. So... I was actually very surprised I got that specific jump on the first try, because that one usually takes a little bit of practice to get straight. So we'll see if this is going to be one of those sessions where the first attempt turns out to be the best one. But at least we set a benchmark for what I'm able to do so far. And that it isn't totally gone. Always nice to have a bit of soft encouragement that way. Okay, there we go. Left, right. Nope, I was trying to soft drop that, and that was just a miss. So yeah, those new to the queue. I don't tend to keep a very strict time limit because we do sometimes have a variety of short and long levels. As you can see, this one will probably be occupying my time for a bit, so don't be too concerned if this is going to be a slightly longer wait from what we had seen earlier. But I do want to do a nice deep push here and see if I can at least get past the first section. because there's a lot about that reclaim at the end that perhaps I don't understand fully just yet, so. Because we have not been able to execute that successfully yet, despite having gotten there usually at least a few times every time I sit down with this. Usually. So, let's push on. And okay, here we go. Nope, not quite. The level you submitted is easy compared to this. Yeah, most things we get on the stream are easy compared to this. This is... I know that for people who are really serious shell players, this is not on the really hard side. But it is kind of on the upper end of what I'm capable of doing. And so, yeah, it's kind of nice that I've, at this point, developed to the point where I'm able to do shell jumps at all. Definitely, if you had caught me a year ago, that would not really have been the case. L64, welcome. Hope you've been doing well lately. So yeah, something is going wrong with the jump here that was okay earlier, but is no longer. Yeah, it was just the way I was letting go of the jump button. Did have a bit of a flubbing of that input. And you recognize this level? Yeah, it's the first time I've looked at it in probably 2 or 3 weeks, I think. And the first attempt went extremely well. And none of the attempts since have been quite on the same level as far as my ability to play. Yeah, recently Electrodude had been giving us a lot of guest submissions from the great makers as well, so we had been off this one for some time. And it might be something that continues to appear regularly on this stream for as long as we're playing this game, so... Whoops. Yep, backed up a little bit too much out of that jump. Still just getting comfortable with some of these throw mechanics again. And a little too close there. You've been on Garage Maker lately, the Game Builder Garage, and also work. Yeah, a couple of Maker streamers that are in our circle have gotten into Game Builder Garage lately, as well as some of our viewers. I have not really picked it up myself, but obviously there's going to be a bit of crossover with people who are exploring Mario Maker as well, so... Definitely been interesting to see people take that on. I have been watching some streams even though I don't own the game. Mostly just for lack of having the time to really invest in learning it. And playing with Toolset, I'd love to play it, but I haven't really even been finishing anything in Mario Maker, and so... Yeah, as you can see here, it's just going to be shell drop against this wall. And you bop on a shell as it kind of slides back from the wall. And then there's going to be another jump after that, so that is, once again, as far as I've gotten. By that time we took the hit going into the Piranha Plant, and so that was not really going to go anyway, I think. It's a bit limiting compared to a full environment. Yeah, I thought it was very clear from the start that Nintendo mostly intended it to be an educational product. As I've said on some other occasions on stream, you know, with Nintendo, so many of their things are really for all ages, and as much for 30-year veterans of Nintendo as for children, that it's actually rare that they'll explicitly market something as being specifically for new players. And so when they do, it usually indicates that there's some reason behind it. That in the case of something like Game Builder Garage, they do want to set your expectations. If you are somebody who is coming in with some programming experience already, for instance, that it is a powerful toolkit, but one that is going to come with some limitations and also be limited by the interface. From what I've seen, though, I think it actually is a good way of introducing a lot of concepts when it comes to programming paradigms that are about independent object interactions and just thinking about systems building that way. I kind of like that it is able to introduce that kind of schematic way of thinking. But yeah, like I said, I don't have the time to invest in it, unfortunately. I can only really take the time to master so many editors. But it's going to be fun to see what creations people come up with if they stick with it in the long term. I do think that right now the game is a little bit under-resourced when it comes to people creating guides and tutorials for basic things that there is a widespread desire to create. But yeah, obviously if you're meaning to do game development on a serious level with a lot more distribution for what you're making, you wouldn't want to be locked into Nintendo's environment. I do think that there's quite a lot of potential for people to show off what you can do within the limitations of that engine, the way that they do with Mario Maker here, though. Aramis, welcome. Yeah, I would have been all over something like that as a kid, for sure. Absolutely. And man, you just figured out milking controls. From there, it only grows better. Yeah, exactly. So earlier, Loop Snoop was running a Game Builder Garage stream, and he's been doing quite a lot of Garage content lately, and was playing with the motion controls and IR camera and basically Joy-Con motion inputs. And Meng had devised some concepts for milking a cow, which reminded me directly of the cow milking game in 1-2 Switch, which I think maybe people haven't really even thought about since the Switch launch, but was originally meant to be that concept demo for what you could do with Joy-Cons in a local co-op situation. And I actually did play that in a demo booth a few months before the Switch came out. So a month before the Switch came out, I did actually go to a demo event where I got to get my hands on 1-2 Switch. And so I remember I was actually fairly good at the cow milking, but the cow milking was pretty much exactly the kind of thing that Loop and Meng were discussing earlier today in the Garage stream. Pretty much the same thing where you're just, moving the Joy-Cons up and down to simulate a totally immersive milking motion. Something you should keep in mind for Stardew Valley VR someday. And Lydia, thank you for the submission of Hume 2, which I assume is just maker code, but yeah, hoping to catch you today. I know I ran everything quite a bit late yesterday, and so we didn't get around to that. Okay, let's try this again. Yeah, I would really like to make a good, solid attempt at getting over that Piranha Plant. But that will be my benchmark for what I want to accomplish with this sitting. But yeah, definitely a very encouraging start at first. I mean, obviously we've had to get some bad attempts out of our system since. And Mail64, I was also wondering how you found the Nintendo Direct. I enjoyed it quite a lot, but I know that, of course, people's view of the Nintendo Direct can vary quite a bit depending on what end of the Nintendo audience they're on, what their interests are within that field. So, and thank you so much for that, Mang. Mang, when we get to you, we'll decide whether we'll play something new or just continue to one from yesterday. And yes, Metroid 5, finally. Very excited for that. I will definitely be streaming that when it's released in October. I'm quite confident it will be interesting. I enjoyed Samus Returns a lot, and I think that it showed a lot of promise for what a Metroid 5 from these developers could be. I can't believe I didn't manage to release that. I was trying to release, and I just didn't get the button inputs correct. Do I know how to do a reclaim? I know what it's supposed to look like. I'm not totally sure that I can execute on it. I know what it's supposed to look like, but I don't quite know the sort of finesse behind what I'm supposed to do to adjust my position into that. So, it could be that I just don't have the skill set to get past the Piranha Plant segment just yet. But yeah, the kind of setup that you have after the shell pickup on a Piranha Plant, I do know how it's supposed to look. But miss. That might not be enough, though. And Nikoro, welcome. Thank you for the addition of your code. So yeah, Electro Dude, I mean, it could be that getting to the plant is still fruitless if I just don't know how to use that shell. Thank you for the submission of Treasure Hunt. We'll stick with this a little bit longer to see if we can fix that up somehow. And, alright, let's get in here. Nope, not quite. Okay, down we go. Nope, not quite. Basically, I want to drop the shell, release jump, and if I'm close enough to the wall and I'm in the shell, then I'm good. But a shell cannot touch the wall. Okay, okay. So that I was kind of unclear on, because, yeah, I guess if the shell touches the wall, then you lose that state that it's supposed to be in for the, I want to say the infinite one-up trick interaction, but I may be wrong. Game sound is gone. Okay, thank you for letting me know. I'll fix that up right away. I was hoping I could avoid that bug today, but I was actually trying to look for a more permanent fix before I got on stream, but it's a bit of a hardware issue, so we'll just fix that up very quickly. Actually, my picture is now completely gone, so... Ah, no. There we go. Got it. Sound should be back. I did find a more efficient way to reset and fix that, though. So at least we'll have a little less downtime when that does happen. But yeah, glad it's back. It certainly looks like it's back from what I'm seeing on my side. So. Whoops. But yeah, Electro Dude, I know that you were recommending that I just try to practice Reclaim separately in preparation for this level. But the tip to release jump into that is very valuable. Because that's something that I would not necessarily have been able to determine from watching other people execute on that. Okay. Let's try this again. There we go. Okay. Much better. Nope, I just missed a bomb completely. Yeah, really satisfying to have that instantaneous interaction with the bomb, of course. Just because of the way the fire flower will dislodge it and lead to a crush interaction. It's a fun mechanism for sure. Very responsive. Yeah, okay, so I'm not quite doing that. Even if I do take damage on a piranha, though, I do still have the opportunity to practice to reclaim there. It's not like a shell jump. If a shell touches Mario anywhere, and I'm in the right spot to do the reclaim, I'm good. Okay, yeah. Like I said, I've seen the positioning. I don't exactly know how to do it, depending on the spacing. Yeah, we'll put in a few more attempts to Electrodude. And since it's early in the queue, I don't want to spend too long grinding on it yet if it's something that I do need to spend a bit more time practicing even when I get to it. But I would at least like to get to the reclaim safely, which I've not been doing so far. Here we go. Not quite. So I was doing the drop there, and it seemed like maybe I was doing the drop too early because my position was kind of in the same vertical location as the shell's position, and so I could tell that I was a bit off, but I can't tell which direction I'm off in and what I could do to correct that. So I think maybe the more you see of me getting into that position and missing, the more you can kind of help me diagnose what I should be changing about that too. See it. Is the reclaim part the one part that I'm stuck on? Well, when I get to it. I mean, it is the part that I have not been able to beat so far. What you've seen on this stream is as far as I've been able to get on this level, so I've not been able to progress beyond that point. And that's when I get there. I don't get there very often without choking on something by the time I get to the piranha plant, so I was too far from the wall, okay. But again, you want the soft drop to take place far enough that it doesn't hit the wall, right? Is that the idea? Or should it be sliding against the first wall somehow? I mean, I guess if you position it close to the wall, you still clip against it and get the bounce before it actually makes contact, right? If I understand you correctly. And okay, here we go. Okay, here we are. Getting here more often, at least. Okay, I dropped that time, but I think maybe I didn't let go jump early enough because I felt like my position was far, far too low that time, where the shell was practically over my head during the drop. So is the idea that I'm releasing the jump button at the same time that I'm also releasing the throw button for the drop, or am I supposed to do that sequentially? Because the releasing jump to kind of adjust my height and my falling was not something that I really knew how to calculate on my own, so I'm not exactly sure what the input should feel like in terms of how sequential that is. Because it seems like a very subtle adjustment for something where, you know, I know how it looks, but it seems like you have to be very precise to get the interaction to even trigger. I'll read what you're saying in just a moment. Actually, I should have read it first so I can see what you're telling me getting into this. Oh, no, I failed that anyway. If the front of the shell is somewhere in between the wall and 1 to 1.5 block from the wall. And I release both at the same time. Okay, that's important information. We'll try to do that. Saku, welcome. It's been a while. Glad to see you back. And okay, up we go. Super Mario Maker 1 style lift challenge. Interesting. But yeah, we'll put a few more attempts on this and we'll probably press on because it's nice that I'm getting to that area as often as I am, though, because then I actually have a realistic chance of practicing the reclaim until we find the input that works. I don't find myself likely to do it today, but I would like to make at least one good, clean attempt at it on top of the ones that we've seen so far. So yeah, Chivalry is dead. It's fairly typical to have a long queue here. We'll switch to Green Mario for the next attempt. So thank you for redeeming that, Mill64. But yeah, the queue went really quickly early on because we just got a couple of short submissions to start today, but that's how things go. I don't really set a hard time limit because then it's a bit more flexible to accommodate levels that benefit from longer playthroughs. And they do tend to balance out in the end most of the time. Sometimes we run extremely late. Anyway, Mr. L is going to take a shot at this and see if he does any better, but yeah, we'll give this another few minutes. And as a learning experience, I feel like I'm, despite having taken quite a bit of time off this level, I am definitely much more comfortable with the early segments, and that's always nice to see. Okay, there we go. Yeah, so Electrodude has basically been teaching me how to do Shell Kaizo over the course of this stream. For the time that I've been running this channel. That was definitely far too early because the shell obviously should not be so high as to go over. And the ice block at the end is going to be the fire flower check before you get into the pipe, so... we'll see what we can do about that. But yeah, definitely getting much more consistency in early on. I got it, and then... okay, so... that was unexpected. I had no idea I was actually going to hit that, so... no, that's not the end. That's the first segment. But from what Electrodude tells me, that is the one hardest jump in the level, so... I mean, if we beat it and hit checkpoint or something, I'm not continuing this segment. And I kicked it instead of dropping it. Okay, yeah. Yeah, so I guess that was actually the shell jump interaction that I did there. Maybe. I thought it was a... yeah, I did actually do a shell jump, now that I think about what happened there. Right, because the timing is such that the shell is supposed to deflect on the bottom. And that's what's going to give me the next jump that's on the lower P block marker before I get up to the pipe. So yeah, accidental shell jump. Didn't quite do the trick. Interesting way to distinguish between a shell jump and a reclaim for the purposes of that gate, though, to have the timing be dependent on that. Okay. So yeah, not quite. I think we'll call it for now. I am pretty happy with the attempts that we've made so far, and obviously I'll be going back to this quite a bit more with time. But this actually felt like a session that made some progress, despite the fact that I've just been crashing against the same location. But it feels like I'm actually able to practice this part now, which is a big accomplishment. And yeah, I know the indicator was indicating a drop. I've been trying to do the drop. I just missed the input. And for the reclaim, I may have to practice off stream. So yeah, definitely appreciate that submission. Always glad to get back into this one for a little bit more. I'm going to look at the current state of the queue here. Next GM, you're the only sub right now, but since we've played you twice already, I'm just going to continue with next for the time being. And yeah, Electro Dude, if you have a reclaim practice code, you can just pass it to me on the Discord or something. So we can at least get a better sense of how that's going to feel, so. Chivalry is dead, thank you for checking in. I do know you're here, but it's always good to have a confirmation. This is a Light Kaizo Goomrat Jamboree. Short level with 0 CPs. World record of about 22 seconds, so it's going to deliver on being short. Only 2 clears so far, but on very few plays, so the data is more or less noise. Alright, let's bounce on some Gooms. Obviously we're supposed to hit that block. That's going to spring something over and drop it on the note block, which then drops something on top of, whoops, the muncher. So we'll just arc ourselves a little bit better going out of this initial jump so I can actually hit the question block. And yeah, that's going to require a bit more forward momentum here. I'm not pulling back or anything. I do think that's maybe... Okay, we're not on a tight timer. Let's just build up a bit more speed, do it this way. I should actually be able to do it without that initial run, but we'll have to... Yeah, just find a better jump location. Land on a Goomrat, then it's going to be over to... Yeah, then it's going to be Goomrat, question block, Goomrat. From what I'm reading with the segment that is on the right, so... And what kind of heights are accessible here? No, you should be able to... Yeah, no, I believe you go left and then right and then question block and then right. I think that is the intended pattern given the height of how everything is placed. I do need to pull back though. I think instinctively I just feel like I'm aiming for the question block the first time, even though I know that's not going to happen. I have to pull back quite a bit to do that though. So maybe that's not right. And no, this is just to suspend you for time. So you do left and then a double tap because that's what gives the Goom that's coming out of the question block enough time to get into position. So I was misreading that initially. Let's go back to it and do it the right way. And yeah, just need to control that early jump a bit better, as well as going over that spike. This level is so chill compared to the last level. I mean, the ice theme definitely helps on that score. Okay, let's hit the on switch. And the last one really wasn't that intense, though. Maybe I'm just used to its pace by now, but the inputs in the last level, I mean, I have trouble with them, but they're actually spaced in a way that is not too difficult to deal with. I'm going to get the split over here. Let's, whoops, careful with that icicle. It'll be 2 jumps off there and then on the platform, so plenty of opportunity to keep my head nice and low. And yeah, getting into the flow of this one a little bit better now. Whoops, as long as we don't pull out of the jump at precisely the wrong place. Whoops. Okay, there we go. And yeah, some of these jumps we can control a bit and shorten. Not all of them, but sometimes we do have the opportunity to cut some corners, just to avoid the icicles, among other things. Yeah, still not positioning myself too well going into that one, though. You like making short levels? Yeah, for something that is like this concept, you know, a short level can still feel like a very substantial experience. The level may be short, but there's enough density in terms of interesting jumps that are different from each other, that are coming one after another, that it feels like it's a much longer level because of that, in a good way. In terms of still feeling like there's a good chunk of content to work with here in a very small span of time, so. Okay. We'll acknowledge that raid since we just died anyhow. Let's give a quick shout out to SDGML, who is running New Super Mario Bros. U, which I knew because I dropped in there earlier to say hello. And Jamie the One and Only, welcome as well. So yeah, glad to see everyone coming in here from SD's side. SD also does run Mario Maker and does make some pretty interesting levels in her own right. So definitely give that a follow. And SD, I think this is the first time I've actually seen your emote for Queenie. I had seen the one for Maggie and, of course, for yourself previously. But I see the cat gang is all here. Or at least partly here. We're missing Nat Cat, but we have cats. That's really all we need to know. Queenie is hard to get a good face shot of, okay. Not exactly somebody who likes posing for portraits, then. Especially emote-sized portraits that are scalable down to those tiny resolutions. I'm gonna skip that goom against my better judgment. Yeah, misaligned myself a little bit there going out of the first bounce, because I was still adjusting to what was going on. But that should not be too difficult to fix. Every time you pull out your phone to take a picture, she turns away. Yeah, it looks like she is learning. Very concerned about her data privacy. Oh. Going up to... That switch is something that I still don't align very well. I mean, that's true of the first jump here as well. Thank you for the follow. Whoops. The Goomrat skip is half cheese, half intentional. Well, it's not really cheese. It's not really an exploit. It's just sort of an alternate path. You can do it if you're speeding through, but it's not the safe way to do it, right? So I think that's perfectly fine. It's not like anybody is trivializing level by doing that and taking the additional risk. I think cheese is mostly just problematic when it feels significantly easier to do, such that somebody who does it would have no reason to do it the other way. When you're taking a little bit of risk to take a bit of a shortcut, I think that's perfectly fine. What if I had a Goomba as a pet? Seems like the Goomba would be trying to walk into you all the time and chew off your face, but... You'd have to be very careful with the Goomba as a pet, such that you don't have objects dropping on top of it, since it's not very well shielded from above. I think a pet Goomba is probably a Mang-level concept waiting to happen, in its own right. Oh, whoops. What do Goombas even eat, besides Mario's face? Whoops. We shouldn't, of course, be going for that question block so early. I should take the time to use that double goom stack to adjust my momentum a bit, because that's what it's for. And yeah. Nice low angle there. And yeah, it's that second fall there that's throwing me off, because I'm not landing very well on the bottom Goomret. Because my momentum there is all wrong going into it, and so I'm not really able to get to the right after that bounce. And that's just because I'm doing a kind of a poor adjustment after hitting the question block the first time. Whoops. Is it bad that you made it in an hour? It is a short level. I mean, it really depends. It's a short level that also it doesn't have too much potential for breaking things, because at every turn you either do the interaction or you die, so it's not like from a debug perspective in terms of things spawning in early enough or not despawning or being manipulated by the camera position some other way. It's not like it requires that much quality assurance. Always a bit envious of that kind of thing, though, because, you know, I find that, in my experience, levels just take forever and ever to put together, at least when I try to do anything. I mean, I haven't published anything in about a year, so it's been a while since I've been completing anything on the maker side of the game, but I think that sometimes I wind up with these concepts that take far longer to debug than they do to actually build. Anyway, this was really quite functional, though. Very straightforward. Familiar kinds of so-called Kaizo-light interactions here, but ones that I think were spaced fairly well with a decent amount of variety to them. And I really don't mind the spots that have a bit of an alternate path to them if you want to take that risk. I really don't see that breaking anything. So, thank you for that. We were 2 seconds off, but it's very clear where some of the optimizations would come from in terms of shortening some of the jumps and not spending as much time in the air. 2 seconds, though, that was definitely quite a lot more that we could have done to squeeze that, I guess. And on very few clears so far. So thank you for that. And thank you for all the GGs. Okay, let's... I think sub next and next are just equivalent at this point, so we'll pull up the next thing from GM. So yeah, Chivalry is Dead, thank you so much for coming by and submitting. And this will be your last one of the night, and yeah, glad to see a bunch of these. Frozen Cavern. This freezing cave contains dangerous icicles as well as fuzzy beetles. Okay, going to grab this here, and then we'll just mind the icicle positioning from time to time. Pop this through. Yeah, definitely one of the challenges here, of course, is just to manage your headroom, because it's very tempting to just jump around all the time to get around the enemies, and you just have to make sure you pick a good location to do that safely, such that you don't get spiked from above. Oops. Short hop to victory, pretty much. You have to resist temptation to bounce yourself up into the skies. Whoops. Yeah, I mean, I guess I did have the... I was thinking if I had the visual clue there of the drip, and I wasn't really paying much attention to that anyway, so whoops. Yeah, definitely I hadn't really tugged the camera up at that point to see the icicles coming. I don't know if maybe the drip was enough of a visible indication there. I guess you can see them on your way in, so That was avoidable. Okay, let's pop this. And this. Yeah. And GM, I can definitely tell from a lot of your levels that you really do enjoy just using Koopa Troopas as your standard bread and butter enemy. Of course, it's very useful to just have these shells available for all these flexible purposes. Whoops. Now let's run this. There we go. And... oh, well, some of these jumps you do have to do a proper jump to get from platform to platform. You can't, obviously, just short hop from here to here, unless you count that as a short hop. But you should be doing controlled jumps. I like that you have some icicles acting as platforms now to create a little bit of extra time pressure, so you can't just stall forever. That's a nice change. Very subtle change, but a nice one that does develop the concept in a way that's very consistent with everything the level has been showing you so far. Yeah, nice segment here, too. Everything a little bit off-center there, but we'll survive. And live another day. Assuming we get past this gate here. Why not? There we go. Yeah, thank you for that, Next GM. That one went pretty well. And thank you once again for all of these submissions that we got from you today. Yeah, given how much I was stalling in certain locations, this particular world record, I think, is very easily beatable by anybody who wants to try it. There's plenty of optimization that can be done. Okay, next up is Furinova. Yeah, Furinova, not that this code got into any trouble. I did finally turn off that maker code of filter, though, the thing that had been catching you on a couple of occasions. So for those who didn't know, so a few weeks ago Twitch started implementing this automod filter for certain offensive terms that was activated by default without telling me and without telling the streamer in advance that this setting had just been activated for them. And it started detecting a lot of people's maker codes and level IDs as containing circumventions of offensive slurs. And so I had to eventually track down a problem and turn it off, but I believe it has been dealt with now. So, and luckily this one, I think, doesn't actually run into any of those issues, although I don't really know what kind of slang the youngsters today are capable of dishing out. So anyway, here's Springtime Shelling. Love that bee that's in the title screen in the thumbnail. Patched vine shell jump cheese with a double. I just sort of imagine that as being like a double cheeseburger or something. Patched vine shell jump cheese with a double. Can I have a patched vine shell jump cheese with a double? Would you like fries with that? Anyway, let's get in here and see how we do. Reach the goal without landing after leaving the ground. Yeah, that's... okay, no, I see. We just need to not be thrown off by the text being blasted in my face early on. This is sort of interesting that you have ground here, which potentially gives me locations to... oh, I see. Okay. No, I see why you have that. That is going to be unlike a lot of usual shell jumps in that you're going to be bouncing like that instead. Such that you're not just going to have aerial shell jumps, but you're going to be launching shells into ground level right beside yourself. And so we'll need to know how to spot those locations and make sure we are bending to the right in those locations so we can just get onto shell in the back swing as we drop the blasters that are at a bit of a distance. Whoops. Don't know why I'm having trouble with that. That's very standard. There we go. A bit of a double here. Oh, I see. Okay. Right, because you toss the Buzzy Shell up and then you catch it after the first shell jump to do the consecutive one that comes immediately after, so. I'll read what you said about version 1 in just a moment. Version 1, you can get over a wall with a double shell jump instead of a vine shell jump. Okay, interesting. A vine shell jump. We'll see what you mean when I get to the relevant location, I think. Whoops. Nope. Don't know what happened there. Okay, there we are. Yeah, that's a timing thing. I'm releasing the up throw too early, I think, because the shell is in too low a position for me to do a pickup after the shell jump off the spiny shell. So definitely some kind of adjustment I need to make there to make sure I'm able to catch the Buzzy Shell on the way up and use that as the second shell. I believe that's very clearly going to be the case. Yeah, I see. The shell is hitting too high and it's not actually hitting the turn block that's underneath the blaster. So that's how we'll fix that. I don't know how I'm missing the second one so often. I think it's because that happens at the precise moment that the text goes away. And the fact that the text box is blinking out of the way is actually throwing off my positioning slightly. I really wish that the clear condition text was not so obtrusive. On the other hand, you know, everything on Switch was designed with handheld in mind, and I think that you have these situations here where Nintendo just has handheld-sized interface elements, like this really annoying block of text, and just covers up the whole level. That's almost a level mechanic in its own right, you know, being able to see through the text box. Okay, let's do that. That's the right idea in terms of delaying the up throw a little bit. As you can see, just waiting on the up throw is enough to make sure I catch the Buzzy Shell on the way up very consistently. Actually getting to jump with it, though, of course, is something that we'll need to work on, but the actual up throw and catch is very easily adjustable to avoid the kind of problems I was having earlier. Okay. Same kind of interaction as before, except once again we need to bend a little further to the right, as we did with the Buzzy interaction at the very start. So yeah, that's unconventional enough that it does take a little bit of adjustment just to see how things are going to go. I don't see that style of shell jump very often, so it's just a matter of being able to adjust to it on the fly when you do encounter it on short notice. Whoops. How am I faring so far tonight? Doing decently. Rated 2.5 according to Team Shell rating system. Okay, that's interesting. Yeah, I believe the Electrodude one that we played earlier, and Electrodude confirmed this, I believe it was something like in the 3 range, which I don't really play enough shell levels to have a good sense of the rating system, but I definitely found that to be a lot tougher than other shell levels I've seen that are in the, say, the 2.5 zone, from what I'm told. Again, I never really interact with the Team Shell rating system unless makers are coming in telling me what the rating is, or the estimated difficulty from the Team Shell judges. But I would guess that if something is like a 2.5, it would be depending on certain elements, like the double that is immediately to my right, and a reclaim earlier that we saw in Electro Dude's level. Which is, oddly enough, reminiscent of the kind of scoring systems that they use for technical grades in figure skating and gymnastics. As I understand them, they also have point values that are assigned to specific elements that have to add up to something in the course of your program. Whoops. The highest you've seen is a 10.5. Yeah, I know that exists. I don't know that I've seen many people play that stuff. I've seen some pretty difficult shell levels out there, of course, that are well beyond my level on other streams by shell specialists. But yeah, at this point, stuff that's sort of into 2 zone, I think I can clear, usually, to my knowledge. But I think as somebody who's not really a regular shell player, that I definitely would have a different sense of difficulty than someone who is, or somebody who is a Team Shell judge, for instance. If it's like ice skating, the hardest or worth less points, are they really? I didn't think so. I mean, if you land a quad or something, it's going to be strictly more valuable than a triple, from what I recall. But I don't know, it's been a long time since I've followed figure skating very seriously. I did used to watch it a fair bit. And we have people in the household who are really into gymnastics, and so I often hear about things like the gymnastics scoring scheme. So, okay. Considering I was kind of doing that on the fly, and doing so while crashing against a one-way panel, I'm surprised I actually managed to get that up throw on the on-off switch. That was very improvisational. There's an athlete that got points docked because the figure was too complicated. Okay, I didn't know that. A triple shell jump usually makes a level automatically 6. Interesting. Yeah, I guess it depends on the spacing, though. That's, you know, when you're talking about consecutive shell jumps, it does matter how far apart they are in terms of how much reaction time you have to get from one to the next. But I guess to set up something like a double, you would have a lot of variables like the initial up throw and such. And so, you know, with the triple, you would introduce quite a lot more chaos. I don't know, because I don't think I've ever done a triple shell jump, to my knowledge, so... But in general, I'm surprised by how much more comfortable I am with shells than I used to be, even as somebody who isn't really a shells player. Because when I was first starting to stream, a lot of this stuff just looked completely unapproachable. And you know, as somebody who gets into Mario Maker streaming, you know that there are certain levels that are going to come up. And you know as a viewer that there are certain things you'll get that you'll feel totally unprepared to do, the way that, you know, to this day, a lot of Mario Maker streamers will say no trolls or no Kaizo or whatever. But if you actually take the time to learn some of this stuff, I'm actually surprised by how quickly it does come together in a way where, you know, single shell jumps don't intimidate me the way they used to. And has anyone ever attempted a real-life shell jump? Probably. I wouldn't be surprised. I think, though, the issue with that, transplanting that into real life, though, is just the physics of bouncing off objects to begin with. That there aren't a lot of objects that give you Mario scale bounces anyhow when you deflect off of them. And so the issue is not the part where you throw something against a wall and have it bounce back. The issue is actually having enough springiness in that object that you're able to fall into it with some kind of differential in air resistance such that it is able to fall beneath you. I don't know, I think somebody should investigate whether it is in fact physically possible. Not necessarily from the perspective of the acrobat, because I think the human body is perfectly capable of doing that kind of thing at a sufficiently advanced level, given just how crazy certain circus tricks or parkour tricks can be. I think the issue is the physical limitations on the object itself that you're bouncing off of. And a spring jump, you see, for Nova, I'm thinking specifically about whether something like a spring jump is possible. That you would have to have an object that's firm enough to get you that wall deflection. But at the same time, have that difference in air resistance that allows you to fall into it. So you're not... fall into it and actually encounter some resistance before objects all just fall to the ground. I think that the issue there is that you can't get really enough jump height going into that interaction to have enough clearance from the ground in order to jump on top of a trampoline. So, you know, if you're jumping in real life, you would have to do it over a pit or some kind of descent or something, such that you could fall into the deflecting object. Because otherwise you just won't have enough height to release and fall onto the thing at the same time. Yeah, with different gravity mechanics, I think you could definitely do that, where you'd be able to have the force of the elasticity from the object that you're jumping off of, but you wouldn't have to worry so much about the relative motion of everything falling to Earth. Okay. Something is a little off about the way I'm holding my controller today. It's chafing a little bit in a way that I'm finding unusual. I think I'm just holding my controller wrong or something today. Mario Galaxy is the most realistic Mario. In some ways, maybe so. Which is odd because Mario Galaxy is the one Mario where I think shell jump mechanics would be very difficult to come by just because of the way that gravity works in it. First astronaut to perform a shell jump on the moon, yeah, that would be really just the pinnacle of space exploration. You know, when they ran the Apollo program, right, like they created a lot of video footage, not from Apollo 11 necessarily, but from a lot of the later missions where they ran a lot of experiments in low gravity just to use the moon for the few hours it was available as an experimental location. So one of the things they were doing, for instance, was recording how objects fall as a bit of a science demonstration when they're not under the effects of air resistance in Earth's atmosphere. And so, once manned missions to the moon resume, if you can get a shell jump going, I mean, the issue with that is that you need something to throw it against, and I think maybe the landing module of the mission is not the sort of thing that you want to be throwing an object against. And so you need to think about like the kind of surface that you would need to deflect an object against, but you know, if you're taking the trouble to send people all the way back to the moon, naturally you should see if you can demonstrate a shell jump. And yeah, you can't even throw a shell in Galaxy, and you can see why. I mean, there are the shells that allow you to just make underwater swimming more efficient, though, and that seems to be the main use of the shell in Mario Galaxy. But I haven't played Mario Galaxy in far too long, despite owning all stars on this system. Okay, we've got to fix this out. This is not hard. Or at least it really shouldn't be. I feel like these jumps are approachable to me. It's just that I'm maybe thinking too hard about how shell jumps would work on the moon. Which is an interesting problem to have as a Mario player. So yeah, I just need to get that double down like we managed to do earlier. Not to be confused with ordering the Kentucky Fried Chicken double down, which you would have in your shell jump level with cheese. Whoops. Yeah, we'll just see if we can get that straightened out and just get some of these cleaned up so we can get back to the position where we can try once again with the on-off switch. And yeah, I'm not delaying the up throw as much as I was earlier in terms of getting that timing straightened out, so we'll make that correction. And just remember to do that the way we were doing earlier. Feels like I was making much more progress on the earlier attempts. That will, yeah, delay that a bit. Much, much better. And we need to push into that shell, as we discovered. But yeah, this has been reasonably satisfying so far. I feel like I can clear it. I don't know if I'll be able to do it this sitting necessarily, but so far it feels like it is actually within my ability. It's just a matter of getting to practice in to some of the less consistent locations. And we'll see if we can get that done. But yeah, it's just partly the unfamiliarity still of this style of jump where you're sliding the shell along the ground. Yeah, what we really need, of course, as a real-life experimental ground are situations where only the enemies follow low gravity, or where only you follow low gravity, or something like Night Castle, where you can float around and swim all day, but everything else just sinks. And here we are. It's sort of interesting to think about some of the gravity mechanics in Maker as elements that have not really appeared very much, if at all, in mainline Mario. That, here in this game, you're actually capable of a number of different fantastical environments that Mario does not ordinarily encounter. And it's one of those things that I think is a bit underrated about what Maker brings to the table when it comes to original elements that now feel like an organic part of Mario design. If you can BLJ in real life, then you can shell jump in real life. Do I know what a BLJ is? For some reason, it makes me think of all the various Metroid abbreviations, like, DBJ for double bomb jump and IBJ for infinite bomb jump and so on. Do I know what a BLJ is? I feel like I should, but... Backwards long jump. Ah, yes, yes. Yeah, I just need to work your way up the infinite stairway. And whoops. And okay. Yeah, still a little bit too late on the upper shell. I've been able to do it before. I don't think the double was actually that challenging. Just takes a good clean positioning going into it, so. And Mang is capable of doing a real-life wall jump. Yeah, that makes a lot of sense. Bouncing off the walls. If they ever do 3D Mario Maker, BLJ needs to be in. I think it would be challenging to make 3D Mario Maker happen for a number of reasons. It would be an interesting environment, though. I think, in terms of any kind of 2D Maker game, Mario is pretty much the ideal rule set. Like in 2D Mario is pretty much the ideal rule set. Because there's a very clear standard for what it looks like and feels like, despite the differences between the various games in a series. I don't know if that's as true for 3D Mario. Simply because 3D Mario, so many of the concepts and principles change dramatically from game to game in terms of how you're interacting with anything. And so something like a 3D Mario Maker, you know, would basically have either an engine that really commits to the style of one of those games, like something that commits to being like 3D Land, 3D World, for instance. Or feel like a completely new experience in the same way as the translation of 3D World into Maker 2. Underwater shell jump will work. I think it actually would, now that you mention it. Although, once again, the issue is the surface that you're bouncing off of. Yeah, I feel like with 3D Mario that they would need to commit to a specific style as the basis, like 3D World, for instance. But I think that when people dream about having a 3D Mario Maker, that's probably not what they're envisioning. I also think it would work really well. I just think that it's probably not what people intuitively have in mind for what they'd want to get out of that, where there's going to be a certain desire to have much more open spaces. Okay. No, still missing the double. Yeah, we'll spend a little bit longer on this too. See if I can push through and get back to the on-off switch. I didn't expect to have this much trouble executing a double a second time, considering that I didn't have too much trouble solving it early on when I was doing it for the first time. But obviously there's quite a lot of room for error with all of the jumps that we see here. And a lot that I need to clean up along the way, so... Oh. Okay, up we go. And here we are. Nope, just missing that still. Just one moment. Let me just check. Yeah, for Nova, I'll spend a few more minutes on this. I've been on this for quite some time now. But we'll see if we can make this happen. It's not that long. Oh no, I need to bounce on... I see this now, that I bounce on the Koopa first and then I go up to do the up throw. I hadn't really even gotten a good read on that segment. That's the issue I was running into earlier, that I encountered it the first time. I instinctively did the up throw when I was up against the one-way panel, but I didn't actually see where I was going. But and now I've gotten a chance to take a look at the unshelled Koopa as well as the mole that's beneath the series of on-off switches there. And so now I have a slightly better understanding of what's supposed to happen. It's just that it took way too long to get back to that location to actually see anything there. So we'll put in a few more attempts here. And if I can't clear it, what I may do... Freenova, I don't know how long you're able to stay today, but either I will do a mop-up stream later in the week, or I'll do this at the end of the stream if I have time at the end of the queue, which may not be the case. I will be closing the queue relatively soon, just given the number of entries we have remaining. How many entries do we have remaining? Let's pop the list. Yeah, and it may be the case that I'll close queue, I'll run to queue, and I might go back to this one. If not today, then definitely the next time that we either receive this or get a chance to grind something out on a separate stream. But this one's a lot of fun so far. I didn't think, again, that I would have said that about very many shell levels when I first started playing these, but I feel like it's a pretty gentle way to introduce something like the double in an environment that doesn't take too long to get there, and has a very gentle ramp up in terms of getting you into the rhythm of the shell jump, building up towards that location. I really didn't feel like it should have given me that much trouble, though, given that when I first succeeded there, it felt relatively relaxed. Been building Sonic levels in Zone Builder. Okay, I was not familiar with Zone Builder. Oh, I see. Yeah, that's the thing that's behind Roboblast. Yeah, I remember reading that Roboblast 2 was based on a Doom engine in some capacity. I just didn't know that Zone Builder was the editing tool. But that's a good example for how to do something like that in 3D, I guess. So yeah, Freenova, we'll set this aside for the time being. And we'll see how we're doing. So yeah, thanks for submitting that. It's not something that really should be that hard. And I feel like I can crack it before too long. Clear check time 20 seconds. I do see where the on-off switches are located. Looking at this, yeah, I can do it. Just not this minute. Who's got it? Just very curious. Yeah, I mean, I see some shell people here, of course, like Evbo and so on. Obviously, it did pass through the Teen Shell screening. Divine Shell jumps sort of throw off some people. Yeah, that's something we'll kind of have to deal with. Anyway, Mail64, let's take a look at HRY. BD7. H1G. Okay, so this is just going to be a quick test that you intend to delete afterwards. It's going to be some kind of hike. And we'll take a look. 4-1 preview. And you're looking for feedback on how to finish the level and continue the world. Excellent. Okay. I will probably close queue at the end of this level. We'll take a look at this one, and it'll be last call over the course of playing this. So we'll see. I know that you tend to go with a lot of multiple routes in your level. I don't know how thorough we'll be able to take a look at everything, but I'll poke around and just kind of experiment. And a bonus 10 coin right here. Obviously we can just build up here as well. I think the intention here was to slide and build up enough momentum to go up, right? So I don't know if you want this to still be accessible just by jumping up towards it. But that's something for you to decide. And yeah, we have a bit of branching, obviously. We'll have a choice here, and I'll check for power-ups. Yeah. I guess this is just a general layout right now. I know that this area looks like it will probably be more populated eventually. Because you're probably just... Unless it's just an intro location, I'm guessing you eventually want to get some enemies in here. Just to make this slide more satisfying, you know, even if they're not going to pose much of a threat. It's nice to have the ability to slide. Now here, you mostly just wait, don't you? Unless... No, you have to get through to hit the P-switch, so let's... Not this guy. Okay, no, you won't get chapped because of the bridge segment up above. So, not too much of a problem. Okay. Always just looking for potential blocks, of course. Yeah, nice tree design here, just tucked into these locations. And these guys are not really going to do much except chuck things at me. And going down towards hammers. One thing I haven't really been looking at is flight locations, but of course we had a low ceiling in the last segment, and so that would not have really been that useful. Oh. Definitely looked like I could have gotten hit there, as I did. Yeah, we didn't really check the lower level, but we'll pop in the door here. Yeah, Mang, I haven't played A Short Hike yet. I am aware of the game A Short Hike, and it had caught my eye. I don't know if I'll pick it up right away, but it's one of many games that was on my wish list for the eShop sale. But everything just kind of lit up with a sale price this week, and so I haven't quite decided what I'll do to fill up the indie backlog. But I don't know if you're a particular fan of A Short Hike. You love it, okay. Interesting recommendation. Well, okay, so I see that this pipe is an exit. It looks like it's connected to the lower one down below. We'll move around here and maybe look at this claw segment. Whoops. Let's not do that, though. That's okay, plenty of opportunity to get outfitted again, even though we don't have the cape. The cape looks like it's going to be exclusive to coming out safely on the other side, unless we get one here. Yeah, we do. Good. Yeah, that slope to the left of that claw definitely looks a little bit threatening, especially if you come down here while small and just grab a mushroom, if that is progressive. But we'll see. I mean, it looks like you can still safely get into the claws, so maybe not too much of an issue. It also lives up to its name. Yeah, I know that it is famously something that is meant to be played in one sitting. So I guess this will eventually be some kind of bonus room, right? Like whether you intend to just put coins here or have something more active. Yeah, I mean, I see you have a kind of layout mapped out there. I don't know what you really plan to use it for. Having this kind of toss into you blindly when you're coming out of the pipe, I think is a little bit rough. Just because you can't really see the hammer coming if you don't know the exit location here and how that's going to go, so... Yeah, I'd definitely be cautious about that, given that the hammer hits the pipe directly. And this is a work in progress room. Okay. So I have no idea what this space will be used for, or whether any of this layout will remain, but I guess that's what you're trying to determine. And yeah, you're eventually going to have... I guess this is just an outline for some kind of slope or mountain decoration that you have eventually, right? So I guess if you're thinking about ways to develop the level, I guess you have to think about what the sort of identity of this level is in terms of what the core interactions are going to be. That, you know, obviously you have the mountain here. Let me take a look at the preview screen. And I can see that you basically have three kinds of things going on. You have the slide interaction, which you introduced right from the beginning. You have the things like the claw segment at the very bottom that give you a different style of gameplay, whether you're traversing the top or the bottom. And you also have the cape, which, you know, it helps you with things like the claws, but it also gives you a lot of flexibility to move between the top and the bottom parts of the level. And so, if you're wondering what to do with that, I would say that you should think about that existing set of interactions that you have and how to develop them a bit further, because it looks like the thing that will be key to a level like this is to think about ways to kind of get you up and down vertically as you're progressing. That there are a lot of ways to go down, for example, with the slides, or go up with the cape, and have a bit of variety depending on whether you're up on the treetops or down in the claws. And so I don't know how well that'll apply to the final segment, because of course that depends on how much room you have to work with in the subworld, but that's maybe the kind of thing that you should be looking for in terms of what the player should do. Yeah, you reach the base of the mountain kind of like a Sonic level. Yeah, I see what you're getting at here. That it is kind of like a descent. And and that it is a descent, I think the use of the slope sliding is something that you could potentially focus on. But if you have anything specific that you want to ask other than that, do let me know. So. In the meantime, we'll just kind of give it a clear. I don't know if there were some additional pathways or bonus screens that you wanted me to look at, actually. I think I was trying to look at that and explore what I could, I guess. There were points where I was getting hit where I didn't really use the cape to just fly around, but from the previous screen I think I actually saw most of what was there. Yeah, everything that was there. Good. So at this point, I will be punching in the next code and I will be closing the queue. I think one thing you could definitely consider is kind of combining the slope and the claw interactions if you want something that's very momentum-based and has a bit more movement to it. But I know that a lot of the character, though, will probably come in with adding things like enemies that you can actually interact with using things like the slide and the cape. But those are just some ideas that we have floating about. Lydia SKSJS, if that is how it's pronounced, and if you are still here, please check in. Otherwise, we will proceed beyond that. And next will be Meng, if we don't have a check-in, and it looks like they are offline, so let's give them a moment. And in fact, let's see how we're doing with the remaining queue. We have Meng, we have Nikoro, who I don't know if either Nikoro or Saku are actually still here, so we will probably just move on to Meng. I might actually leave the queue open a little longer because we might have a few dropouts among those who remain. But it means that we can take our time with some of the ones that remain. So, Meng, I can continue the one yesterday, unless you want me to see something new. And yeah, Mail64, thank you for the additional code. Yeah, I mean, I was progressing with that, and I think I would rather try to give that a second effort, given that we took some time over the early attempts just to solve some of the earlier patterns and indications. But yeah, thank you for Castle Shaft. But yeah, given that the queue may be short, I will just leave it open for the time being, but I may close it over the course of this level, so just consider this still last call. But if we get through a short queue quickly, then I will likely get back to Furry Nova's level 2. See if I can give that a longer run. Okay, pop this guy. This jump is always a bit of a threat. And then, oh no, losing too much time here. And here. I'd run into time trouble, but just surviving at all should be the first priority right now. That's okay, we just need to get warmed up and back into the flow. Okay. Pop this. Whoops, no. Yeah, this will be death. So let's just start over. I like how the category for this level is denoted as art. And here we go. Very fitting for most of Meng's creations, in fact. No, not here. We learned that the hard way. Through plenty of iteration yesterday. Okay, pop this. Up we go, Yoshi. And yeah, there we go. And probably losing too much time on stuff like that. Whoops, bad throw. Nope. Okay, going to pop this. And this. Nope, just missed a spit. I just literally missed the input before. Jumping off Yoshi. Nope. Yeah, that's a tough jump right there with the trampolines located the way they are. Whoops. Touch that a bit more accurately. I don't know why I'm cutting so many corners now with shortening that jump, but we'll fix that. Okay, that looked awfully dangerous. Yeah, I need to go a little bit faster, actually, to catch the star in its lower location on that bounce. That was probably survivable, but we'll just get into a pattern that's familiar. Okay. There we go, that was a satisfying bounce. For once. Okay. Miss. Need to compensate for that star momentum, of course. That's one thing that I am not accounting for, just a change in speed that we get while we're invincible. Yeah, just need to catch that jump. You added a clear condition because it was the only way you could think of for preventing the player from running over the top. Yeah, I see what you mean because of the potential for jumping off Yoshi up into the ceiling. It's a good way to kind of keep track of your pace in the level, of course, other than the timer. And okay, here we go. Yeah, because of course this concept depends very much on freezing the camera with building on the bottom half only. But you still need the headroom from opening up the ceiling in certain locations. So, totally see where the clear condition is coming from. Okay. Now here we go. Okay. Pulled back a little too hard there. Yeah, if we can get up to that swamp carrying the blaster, then we're in decent shape. Down we go. And then, yeah, here we go, and that's as far as I got previously. Oh, I see. I do need to catch the star on the way down such that I can fall safely, though. So it's just catching the star there that is as far as I've gotten right now, and that's easily fixed, I think, as long as I find a good pattern for it. As you can see, going directly from one star to the next is in fact the best way to do that, and might have been how the level was intended to be played in terms of timing. Feels very smooth when you do that, in fact. Okay, oh, that's very satisfying, I like that. And then, yeah, that prevents you from going over the top, but we were a bit slow in reacting to that. So, yeah, that's one segment where the clear condition is definitely playing a part. But I was still learning that for the first time, so we're a bit behind pace. This feels like it was the earlier version of the spaceship level. Yeah, it kind of is, actually, with the way the head bumps are going. Not the head bumps, but, you know, spiking all these things from below. Okay, up we go. And yeah. Yeah, the vine bit is really cool. Very fond of that. I should actually... No, I'm doing that wrong. I need the swamp to hit me. Don't I? No, because if the swamp dies, it's not going to make contact, right? It'll just drop the muncher on top of me. So no, I do need the swamp to make contact first, but now I think I need to run underneath it. And instead of waiting for the swamp to back off, I loop to the left and just run underneath and do so quickly enough to not get squished by the muncher, while the block segment is open. I think that's probably the adjustment that I need to make in order for the star to give me enough uptime once I'm in the lower level. But as you can see, if I'm doing that absolutely crisply, then I should be able to go star to star in that location without losing invincibility. So I don't need to stall in that platform after Yoshi is dropped. At least I don't think I should. Nope. Definitely one of the toughest jumps in the level, right there. Here. There we go. Nope. And yeah, losing the star meant that I would not have the momentum to get over. But you don't really have a second chance on a lot of this, just get to how the timing is going to work out. And And yeah, that's going to feel pretty good in terms of my ability to get over this. As you can see, just cut a little bit too much momentum going up off the top. Grab a star. Over the top, and whoops, just missing that jump off the corner. In retrospect, you would have added another blaster at the first sideways spring bounce. Oh, for the sake of alignment. Yeah, just to give you more of a landing zone so you're not dealing with half a tile. It's okay, it works. It's early enough that the resets back to that location are fairly quick. It is slightly tighter than a lot of the other spacing that you need in the rest of the level, but not extremely so. I don't feel like I'm just doing that by luck. I do think that I am able to improve at that and do it a bit more consistently over time, so not too concerned about it. Okay, get it over just in time. And here's the cool part here. Okay. No, I don't want to drop it that late. I want to go a little further to right first. No, I actually don't want to. I want to ride the blaster. I don't want to kill that lower thwomp until later. There will become a point where I need to defeat it because of the clear condition, requiring all the thwomps to be taken off the table, but I can probably wait until later to kill it, because I do need it to send me across first. Whoops, didn't mean to kill the thwomp that soon. But I think I understand the adjustment that I need to make at the ending to make that work. And it is clearly close to the end at that point. Didn't take a look at the exact number, but I think it was near the end. For sure. Okay. Alright. Over. That's actually the last one, in fact. Except I need the star to still be active at that point. I do need to be able to ride the blaster over, but the star needs to be active for me to kill the thwomp on the other side. Unless... no, I need the thwomp to hit, actually, because if the thwomp hits, I need a way to get upstairs, and the only way that will happen is if there's something like a vine spawn, which I probably need the thwomp to hit the right side block to get. So the question is, once that happens, how do I kill the thwomp? Is it going to be through the spawning of another star or something else? And that's something I'll need to find out. Nope. Once again, just bumped up against a one-way panel, I think, and yeah, as you can see, that's definitely an upward ascent over to the finish, with that thwomp being the last one that you do need to destroy on your way out. So, significant amount of progress on this one today. I mean, most of the learning was done in yesterday's session, so... but it's one of those things where the early segments are going smoothly enough that I look back at how much time I spent yesterday and wonder how it was I took that long. But of course, some of that is just that initial solving of the level in terms of figuring out what the timings and interactions are going to be and what's going to work best in terms of my own adjustments. So, pop this. And this. Nope. Nope, not really salvaged. Losing too much time anyway. Yeah, I guess we'll see what happens with that final thwomp. I don't feel like I understand how to kill it just yet, or when to kill it. But we have to see more of that interaction at the end, to be sure. Okay. I wonder if off the vine I should be just dropping off instead of jumping off, just to save a bit of extra time, because I am still on the same star throughout that entire segment. And I don't know if I'm leaving that alive for long enough. But we'll back there and see. Okay, whoops. Okay, back we go. More stars. Nope, that's just a miss. Yeah, this will be a problem. The star will not give me enough uptime. So, let's reset out of that quickly and get back into it. Too soon. Need to let it bounce all the way up top so I don't lose momentum. Otherwise I will not be able to make it over anyhow. Okay, up we go. And down. No, I missed. You need to hit both thwomps on the way down, otherwise the clear condition will not be met. Okay. Here we go. And that all feels fairly relaxed by now. Like I said, I should probably consider dropping there instead of jumping, but... yeah, go over there with the thwomp, but I kind of expect that the thwomp is going to expire before I get a chance to kill it, so... but, like I said, I just need to see that interaction a bit first. And see if I actually am that tight on the star timing. Or if there's something I haven't seen for how the finish is going to occur. Nope. Okay, back over. That was probably survivable, but once again, we'll just play it safe. Not knowing, of course, how tight against a timer I'll also be. I don't imagine that will be the issue, but you don't want to find that out at the very end. Yeah, a pretty meaningful chunk of progress so far. In terms of understanding this a bit better. There we go. Much more satisfying. And down. Okay, same interaction as before. Okay. Ah, there's the axe. And there's time. Well, now we know what is supposed to happen, though. That the thwomp hits, I grab the star. I, of course, had a little bit of a jump there where I was reacting to the star, and so I unnecessarily lost a bit of time. Just understanding what was going on. You see, now that I see when I'm hitting the timer, I find it pretty incredible that somebody managed to save 8 seconds. That It's a pretty significant gain on everything I'm doing here, so I have to wonder what's going on. There are certain locations where I'm pulling back a bit, though, so that's definitely going to account for some of it. But really, 8 seconds worth of time that we can additionally squeeze here. That seems like a sign of just how suboptimally I'm actually playing. But yeah, I'm bumping against a lot of objects, of course, losing momentum all over the place. And like I had discovered here previously, you should ideally just go star to star without a drop off. So, definitely a lot of improvements I could be making in order to squeeze the time a little lower. And up we go. Now, the good news is that we know that keeping the star alive is not going to be a problem here, except I miscalculated there. I probably could have dropped off to the left of the thwomp and made life easier, except, of course, I want to pick up the star right away. And so staying to the right of the thwomp is probably better when we get back there next time. Okay. Would be a slight time loss here, but we'll make it over. Nope. Just missed when I was trying to get out to Muncher there. You like to give some extra time for speedruns, except in those Space Bunny series. Yeah, no, I think the margins are generally fine. Given that you're going to be time constrained by each of these individual elements anyway, that if I'm going to make a few mistakes like that extra jump that I did in the first star, or this star, I mean, eventually that will add up to time trouble, but it's kind of nice to have enough of a safety net to account for the different bounces that people are going to make. Especially given how momentum-based all of this is going to be. You certainly wouldn't want it too tight, just to account for some variance in player input. Nope, missed. Really too bad there's no ghost of the world record save for each level, yeah. That would be a significant amount of data, but yes, I think that's something that would be really nice to have. I mean, technically the system is already built in for the Ninja Ghosts. It's not really an engineering obstacle. Because all it is positional information about where everybody was at a given time. Although with the Ninjas, you'll notice that the positional data is purely positional. It doesn't preserve anything like the player's power-up state or anything other than their XY coordinate at a given time. Missed. And yeah, people will optimize anyway, exactly. Yeah, people who really want to go for speed records will run shit anyhow. If you get a sufficient number of plays, of course, which Ming usually does. And yeah, man, you would think that this kind of thing isn't too data intensive, though. I mean, it would be if you're adding a significant amount of information for each level that's been uploaded, considering that you're dealing with millions. But more than millions, of course. There's millions as the number of players, and of course you have to multiply that by some crazy factor. You also have to account for some element of randomization too, that when you see ghost data in a Mario level, what that would not account for is that certain elements, of course, will be spawning in from different locations and different timings, depending on how you scroll things in, for instance. So you'll pretty much consistently be seeing ghosts look like they're in impossible locations or over places that's just totally empty of anything to stand on, because they might be interacting with objects that in your own run have not been loaded in with the same timing. Of course, with something like the Ninja Ghost, that was taken care of there as well. I mean, all you do is you just see the positions and you just live with that. But then that's part of why the Ninja Ghosts, they didn't actually provide much information otherwise, other than giving you a sense of what the most popular paths were going to be in. Also, just acting as a reminder that you're way behind all those other people. But, you know, when you look at things like the amount of randomizer mechanics that are available in this game and the various sorts of RNG, playthroughs are not all going to be alike. And yeah, like you said, ninjas in impossible locations happen already. One thing that Ghost would definitely spoil, though, is combination lock puzzles. Because you could just watch the Ghost to see the winning combination, especially if it is the world record Ghost, because in something like a combination level, the world record is always somebody who is punching into code directly. So there will be a pretty significant category of puzzles that are going to be wrecked by that, unless something like ghost data tracking is something you can disable from the creator's side, which would probably be the best way to engineer that. Whoops. Okay. There we go. And back up. And back down. Oops. There we go. Hesitated a bit at the end, because I'd forgotten once again that the axe spawns from under. And that's to clear. Thank you for the GG. Oh, I don't know about that, Mela. When it comes to tracking world records, I think simplicity is nice to have. So you don't have various things like troll conditions that are introduced into something that is just a very straightforward leaderboard. So anyway, thank you for all the GGs. Let's mark that as a win. And let's see how many absences we have in the remainder of the queue before we decide on closure. Can stars be used as progressive power-ups? No, I don't think so. One thing that would have been nice to have, though, that is part of the standard Nintendo games, though, are stars that are progressive from coins. Such that if you do have a star and you hit the block, you get a star. If you don't have a star and you hit the block, you get a coin. So, because the progressive star was actually such a part of Nintendo levels where you get to change them together and maintain invincibility throughout, and would have been excellent for something like this concept, for instance. Although this concept just kind of required you to keep the star active at any cost anyway, so. Yeah, great for speedruns, also great for a lot of other purposes. But Anyway, we'll ask for a check-in from Nikoro TV. Yeah, because the issue with stars generally is that unless you have a very good sense of what mechanic you want to use them for, they just break too much stuff in anything other than a very straightforward traditional level. Because there are a lot of mechanics that you can no longer interact with in terms of being able to ride certain enemies or work with elements that need to remain alive. So I find that I've seen some very good star concepts, including this level just now, of course, but that's in order for stars to work well in Mario Maker, they do need to have a very clear design intention constructed around them. And yeah, thank you for the new additions that just came in. This was just about to be last call, so that's great because having DDO and SD come in right at the end, we are probably in a good position to close the queue. So I will be doing that as soon as I punch in the next code. Nikoro has not checked in, so we will remove. And we'll see if Saku managed to stay. SD, we have a couple of absences, so the queue is not actually that long. So we may be able to get through after all. Yeah, Saku, I think, had to leave, which is unfortunate. But we will also remove that, and yeah, Furinova, Mang is very much a big fan of Sonic Robo Blast 2, which is the fan-made 3D Sonic in the Doom engine. And yeah, Mail64, that came up unusually fast, I guess, because we got Mang's level done in a reasonable amount of time and also had a couple of people ditch. So I will punch in this code and I will close the queue, and I believe it's only you, DDO, and SD remaining. And it is 2-1 from World 2 that I've already seen. I see, okay. So yeah, we'll close. Doge, wow, coming in to sneak in one last code there at the end of the queue. Mario's Labyrinth 2, The Maddening. Being a Doge, wow submission, I assume it will indeed be maddening, but let's get this shut off. Turn off the tap. And let me just edit the stream title and info, of course, to make sure that the closure is clearly indicated. Castle Shaft. From a familiar entrance and a tomb to castle, get the key and get out fast. And as always, yeah, there will be some alternate pathways that we can look for. Anyway, Castle Shaft. Going to have a bit of an opening screen telling you to expect fire flowers, beetles, and piranhas. Beetle on the left is going to drop, of course, as we go down the shaft. Okay, that's going to be quite a plummet. But we'll get out of there just in time. I'm looking at this thing, of course, and already thinking about whether there's going to be a scroll break between the left and right halves, if it is indeed built that way. But no, I think it is just going to be two separate segments, possibly, that are built into Vertical Subworld. As you can see, this is definitely the left half, because you have a scroll break on the left side that is also the camera boundary, so likely it'll be that usual format of a descent and then another vertical section to come after that. On-off switch will close off the gate that is to the left, which is interesting because then you would need to hit another on-off switch somehow in order to get that reactivated, which I'll definitely need to think about because this will drop you not very far. And potentially... Yeah, we didn't really have a way to hit that though. E-door to the left, which is curious. Lots of stuff that can be done with a P-switch, so... potentially we'll just be going back to this location later. So for example, if a P-switch is active and we go through a P-door elsewhere that is linked to this door, we pop out, we get into the pipe right away. That's something we should look out for. This can be entered, but something is going on with the bomb here. I would like to see it because I want to see if we can actually do a scroll break. As you can see, yes we can. Cursed key. I don't want to hit that yet until I see what it's attached to in terms of a door. Yeah, it looks like we found a shortcut, maybe. And yes, hitting the on-off switch would kill the piranha and do some other things, but I don't know what. It would kill most of these, actually. Or prevent them from spawning. And so we'll have to keep that in mind if we activate Phanto. I'm just going to scout ahead before we activate Phanto so we know what we're dealing with. Yeah, like I said, most of these things will just die from the on-off activation. But then a P-switch would get you up the top left, maybe. It looks like just a drop of some kind, though. Just want to see. Yeah, it's a drop that takes you all the way back down. Whoops. Oh, didn't even see the piranha there. That's okay, we'll go back to try that scroll break once more, just so we can have a good look at that segment. That was a shortcut? Yeah, it looked like it. Given that there was a pretty clear implication of a main path going down towards the pipe on the left, or at least a moving platform over there. And whoops, mistake. Definitely looks like there's quite a bit that can happen with a state change over here, for instance, or... You know, for example, if you take the shortcut and then you hit the on-off switch, and then if it's possible to go back here, climb back up, and then go left to escape that area. I'm currently a little bit vulnerable to taking a hit, so let's maybe grab a power-up first before we do anything too fancy. Has to be 2. Okay, interesting. Yeah, implication that you're supposed to go through the left pipe. We will, of course, not do that yet. Let's get out of here. And move back up so we can get within range of the shortcut over here. Okay, lost SMB2. Kind of wonder what SMB2 could have been useful for. And moreover, what the key is useful for, because we haven't seen a key door yet, and I just don't want to deal with Phanto until I know what's going on. Oh, interesting. Alright, sure. We'll just take it. Oh, interesting that you also have a pipe over here. Nothing. Okay, totally squandered the star, but that's okay. And yeah, on-off switch is kind of necessary for you to take the blue platforms up on the way up, of course. So you are meant to encounter all these enemies that are blocked by the red blocks on your way up. Although, as you can see, there is a way back down on this platform that Not going to deal with just yet. Yeah, this plant is not the most visible thing here. But, well, pick up some kind of power up here. Nope, nothing. And yeah, let's just do something here. Nope, nothing. Do you see the key door soon, though? And Gamestown is gone. Okay, we'll fix that right now. Like I said, I did find a slightly faster way to fix it, so we'll see if we can get that done quickly. Just need to tweak something with my capture card. Okay, should be back. And so unfortunately we got to cut off a lot of that boss music there, but that's okay. We're through to key door. We are kind of like in a reversed zone. No, it's just a platform drop here. And we just take this down. Ah, okay, SMB2 allows you to access the 1-ups over here. Also accessible with a P door. Can't really see where I'm dropping here, as you can see, but it's just empty platforms. Okay. Good. And that's it. Oh, as you can see, door at the end, just something decorative to give you a bit of a finish, I guess, unless it's matched to something accessible from elsewhere. It really does just look like a thematic exit, though, so. Okay, thank you for that. I know we just saw one path. If you want me to see it again at another point, that's also fine. A couple of multiplayer plays on this, in fact, which is interesting. And that's a purely decorative door, okay. I think sound is still being a little bit weird here. Let's see if we can give that a more durable fix while I pull up the next level. We'll be back in just a moment. Okay, it should be a little better now. Assuming it doesn't just fail on us right away. Can I mark that as a win? Well, thank you for all the GGs, first of all, and then we'll punch in what's next. BDO. If you are still here, let's see you once again. And then after that will be SD, and after that will be Doge. Wow. So this time it's just a maker code to see what we haven't done. If you have any particular recommendations, that would be very welcome. But as you can see, I haven't played a lot of these recent ones here. I can choose? Okay. Let me just take a look at some of the recent ones here. See what's going on. Parasite Wiggler X, very Metroid-like. Map into memory. We might take a look at this on the puzzle day. Just to do a lot of that at once. Let's just go down the list. Okay, this is going to be a shooter level. Interesting. Launch yourself to space with a P cannon. Confront Larry's spaceship. Could be Yeah, just E-balloon shoot 'em up or dodging level or something. World record on very little data is about 8 minutes, but we'll see how we do. Okay, low gravity, grab a mushroom, and the arrows are telling me to go right, so of course I will be going up. Speaking of which, here's something that throws me off. The fact that this is the top of the semi-solids in the artwork in Mario Maker, when it's actually one tile above what the walkable surface is in the original artwork in Super Mario World's Star Road. I played so much more Maker than Super Mario World at this point that, you know, you'd think that I'd just be accustomed to it this way, but it just still throw me off a little bit. Ah, yeah, low gravity. Not really going to get that, but I do see that there's a 50 coin up there for somebody who wants to attempt it. Probably just from a vine jump, in fact. Let's take a look at this. There we go. Much easier way of doing that. Don't need to get too fancy here. And eventually we'll take the P-balloon and launch the rocket. Okay. And yeah, very decorative red pipe on top of that rocket. Even when making the level, it's throwing you off. Oh, the semi-solid, yeah. Yeah, because of your... Very familiar with how it originally worked. That's going to be conspicuous. This is just a little bonus coin location. And yeah, you have the big P symbol on the rocket because that's what's thematically going to match up to flying around in a P-balloon, apparently. So we'll get in here. Love that symmetry, by the way, of these 3 Ps being dispensed in a triangular arrangement. Okay, so now we dodge. And yeah, I've seen a couple of concepts like this before. Not this one exactly, of course, but in terms of having wigglers on tracks, just create an obstruction. That seems to be a fairly popular thing to do when it comes to the E-balloon vertical shooter style. Vertical dodger, I guess. And okay. Whoa, there we go. Yeah, that's what this is warning you about. So we'll make sure we take the P blocks as a warning for something that's about to come in and hit. Okay, still not really adjusting to the falling patterns of the wigglers very well, so we'll just have to keep that in mind when they're going track to track like that. So how did the semi-solid originally work? Yeah, the plant part was just background, and so the surface that you would walk on is one tile down when you see these in Super Mario World. So it's just a slight but noticeable difference in the artwork. You wonder why they changed it? It's very clear why they changed it. It's because none of the semi-solid art actually extends beyond the boundaries of the semi-solid itself. Like, you can't have objects that are placed in such a way that they cover more tiles than the actual object itself, but they decided to texture it this way anyway, and that's the issue. So, you know, either you're consistent with the original game, or you decide to be consistent instead with the placement rules in the editor, and for obvious reasons, I think, they just decided to opt for the placement rules rather than being faithful to the original. And from a software perspective, that is the right choice. It's just that, you know, if they didn't want to throw people off, they probably shouldn't have opted for that texture to begin with. It is a very nice texture, though, so it's nice to have it. It's just that it does create a very noticeable difference from the original game, and it's far from the only major difference from Super Mario World. The way that skewers work is quite different. A lot of the collision rules with skewers, pokies, etc. Oh, trying to back off and backed off a little too hard. And oh yeah, actually that's a good point about the 3D World Dry Bones. 3D World really has its own set of collision rules now, for sure. But yeah, also the Super Mario World Dry Bones is very different in this game in terms of artwork. It's a bit of a shock to go back to Super Mario World and see how large the Dry Bones are in the castles in that game. Totally different size and hitbox. But, you know, there's a lot of stuff in Mario Maker that's designed to not replicate the original games faithfully, but replicate the way that people remember them. Which is a very subtle difference. The coins seem to be indicating a safe location, so we'll take that. Whoops. And of course that's not the case, because the Wigglers come straight up. And okay, back we go. And yeah, just going to watch the Wiggler pattern a little more carefully as we look for safe locations. I mean, we do need to have a little bit of movement here. We can't just stall in one location, I don't think, so. Oh, whoops. Yeah, once again, I guess the tracks were kind of visible. I could have anticipated that, but I did need to keep my eyes peeled. Look for that very carefully, so I could respond with the appropriate reaction. Yeah, given that this is built one screen wide, we may potentially have two segments like this, depending on how the vertical subworld is built. It may also just be one, depending on how objects are being loaded in onto the tracks. Okay, once again, looking for a good safety location, but I think there isn't going to be a consistent dead zone, really. I mean, there might be, but it's a little hard to spot, so should just play reactively and make sure we get ourselves to safety and give plenty of clearance away from the Wigglers themselves. So, yeah, just going to let these guys curve their way around, and they're just going to indefinitely go around this loop. And so yeah, here we stay a bit low and let the Wigglers fly overhead, and then that's fine. Dodge this guy here. I think going up the left side gently like this and just avoiding the Wigglers entirely may be the right idea, as long as we also avoid the Spinies that are intercepting us like that. So yeah, definitely just a challenge in finding a good pathway so far. Is there a checkpoint? I don't know yet. If there are two vertical segments, I would expect there might be, but not really relevant to us yet, given that we're just still in the early section anyhow. And you know, to a certain extent, when it comes to this arcade format, that's the style of game that this level is based on they would take your coins as additional credits, but they wouldn't really have checkpoints as such. And so it would actually be kind of in keeping with the purity of that original concept to not really be too checkpoint heavy. Some time ago, and I'm saying quite a while ago, I actually did pick up Ikaruga, I think it's pronounced, on Switch. Because I had missed it originally when it came out on GameCube about, what, years ago. And it was very well regarded at the time as being, you know, sort of an inventive puzzle shooter in a way. Where you're shooting, but you're also managing your black and white color swap. It's a very memorable concept. And so I was trying to learn it on Switch using entirely just single credit runs. Like, I would just not let myself have checkpoints or continue, and I would just try to learn it by repetition. And it was a very rewarding experience, but I also didn't end up making it that far. I didn't actually end up completing it. Even though the entire game, of course, given that it is in that old arcade format, if you do play it with continues, the issue is that you do get through a single run fairly quickly, and I thought I'd try to do it the hard way instead. What do I mean by coins as tokens? I'm saying that in an arcade game, you get a checkpoint if you put in more coins, right? Like if you put in more credits, as it were. And so that's the checkpoint system, is that you pay in more money. And that was what a lot of the balancing was designed around, that, you know, difficulty would just be calibrated accordingly. Okay. But yeah, Ikaruga is a really interesting game, and that I don't even know if I'm pronouncing it correctly. I don't speak Japanese. But the idea behind it is that, you know, you're dodging tons of stuff in a bullet hell, but everything is color-coded black or white. And you can swap your own color between black and white, and that affects what you are effectively able to defend against and also what you're able to hit. So you're spending the entire game just swapping back and forth between black and white, depending on which projectiles you are absorbing or avoiding, and which enemies you are trying to kill. And yeah, at some points, I don't know if I'll stream it necessarily, but it's something I am keeping in the back of my mind as a game I'd want to properly master at some point. Because it's kind of like the shooter equivalent of a puzzle platformer in a way, that you need to think about your pathfinding. And yeah, Mel64 has typed it in chat. It's something of a shooter classic, and one that I had missed when it was originally active. A credit every 3 minutes was the goal. Oh, in terms of arcade design generally, yeah. I don't know if I'd actually seen that metric specifically. It depends on the game somewhat. But I guess people who are ordering arcade machines would have, or want to have, some kind of systematic expectation of their revenue. So they just know if they can get the return on investment for ordering arcade boxes in their bar, arcade machines rather. Getting the boards and cabinets in. Cabinets is the word I'm looking for. But yeah, just a totally different era of game industry economics affecting things like how to approach difficulty design, also length and so on. And I think there's a lot of stuff in arcade design that can still be relevant now, even though we're not thinking about credits in quite the same way. Look at this very prominently placed checkpoint. This is its way of saying, do not miss a checkpoint. Please, please do not miss a checkpoint. I probably would have missed a checkpoint otherwise. Not that I follow indications to begin with, but... And okay, there we go. And yeah, it's been really strange to see things like fighting games translate into an era of mostly online esports and such that you would have things like new entries of Street Fighter and such that would just not even get any arcade presence over the course of their lifetimes. It's a totally different situation in terms of how these games are played and therefore how they're designed. How was Radiant Silvergun not on Switch? Yeah, that's a good question. Has Nugu Kaza ever played this? That's a good question as well. I feel like he would absolutely ace this. He'd have no problem with it whatsoever. But then Nugu Kaza is like the ace pilot of the P-Balloon. Like the Tom Hanks in Tom Cruise in Top Gun of the P-Balloon. So. Yeah, I find that in terms of the metrics that people have for what is fair price in video games, like it really depends on the genre. Because sometimes it's very hard to predict what you're going to put in, especially if you know, you don't necessarily know how much replayability you're going to get out of a game until you see whether its systems and its overall sense of progression are going to click with you, right? So something like a roguelike, I think, has a very unpredictable playtime to it, where the people who are really into the genre will just say, okay, every single one of these has 100 hours of content, or 500 hours of content, but it's really not going to be true for every player, right? That, depending on whether you like the core mechanics, you could very well just burn out on that stuff after a few short runs and lose interest. And you don't necessarily get the value you would have expected. But, hey, a bit of a bullet hell boss here as you deal with all of these Larry-piloted rockets. I believe these are just symmetrical. But yeah, I actually don't know that sort of late 90s, early 2000s era of shooters very well. In terms of things like Radiant Silvergun and games like that. I did know some of the games predating that fairly well, things like, you know, Strikers. It was actually, I saw an announcement of some kind of modern follow-up to Strikers 1945 that I think was originally supposed to come out this year, but may have been pandemic delayed, because I haven't heard about it at all since it was originally announced. The interesting thing too, of course, is that with the Switch in its handheld configuration, it's kind of brought back the ability to play in a vertical orientation, which was also something I tried with Ikaruga for a while, just playing in a vertical mode and tabletop mode. And yeah, the thing about Mario Maker is that not only have I gotten a preposterous amount of time in this game, but even as somebody who's a very small streamer who has very few subscribers at any given time, I'm actually technically in the black with this game, just from streaming it. Although you have to kind of, you know, accommodate the cost of getting set up with the capture card, the microphone, and everything else as well. So, you know, the streaming setup is its own thing. But if you're thinking about like the time that I spent playing Mario Maker and kind of building my own little micro community and occasionally having people pay for the emote, I don't really think about dollar value in this game anymore, and haven't in a very long time. Like, the cost of Mario Maker is pure opportunity cost in terms of the time that it's taking up that I would otherwise be spending on things that are not video games. Because it's really eaten into that. Like, I've spent a lot less time in the past 2 years doing things that are not video games. Purely because of the amount of time I've spent in Mario Maker, so... And yeah, SD is really too bad, the Canadian pricing, where... I think it was around 2016 where the prices started getting adjusted up to 80 Canadian for something that was 60 American. Because during the Wii U era, for most of the Wii U era, I think the prices were calibrated around the Canadian dollar being at parity. And lately it's been gaining strength, but the video game prices have not changed. And it's very unfortunate. Because this can be, especially in Nintendo circles, a very expensive habit. But, whoops. Let's be careful with the fish bones here. Yeah, SD, no, definitely when things like Mario Maker 1 were coming out, everything was just priced at parity. It was still 60 Canadian for something 60 American. And sometimes even less, because back in the Wii U era, Nintendo was doing a lot more experimentation with lower pricing for certain games. So there was, I think, a lower price point for Tropical Freeze at launch, also Captain Toad back at launch. They weren't just standardizing everything around full price. And of course, things that were built for the 3DS and for the portable line in general used to be all around the 40 US mark. And that, of course, is just something that doesn't exist anymore, given that everything is console price for the Switch now. And yeah, really depends on what Nintendo's regional offices were doing. I don't know so much about the European market for that, so... And relative to exchange rate, I've heard that Australia has always gotten it very rough in terms of video game pricing on the Australian dollar, that it becomes a luxury very, very quickly. But anyway, let's see if we can actually dodge this. Need to pay attention to the pipes here and the alternation. We're waiting, of course, for a P-switch activation. I don't think there's anything active I can do to get that. I think this is pure survival from everything I can see. Oh, off screen there, but we made it. Is there anything I can actually do? I don't think so. I am reading this as pure time survival. I don't know if that's actually the case, but that's how I understand it. Unless I can actually go through any pipes. Yeah, that's the thing, is that I'm actually unclear on whether this is pure time survival. I think it looks like it, because there will be eventually an infinite P-switch that's controlled by the red pipes and the munchers on the left and right sides, but we'll see here. Survival, yeah, that's what I thought. It looks like it's survival, but... On one hand, I like that it has that kind of clean look to it, where you don't just look at this massive track mechanism or something, but on the other hand, of course, you do kind of need to trust a player to understand that it is going to be survival and that they have no other options. But it's very visible what the exit is going to be. It's going to be some kind of P-switch interaction, so as soon as you see that you have no access to anything that would activate a P-switch, you understand that that's what's going on. Just a fairly long pattern, I guess, but we'll make it. Yeah, but, you know, the only way that you're really going to indicate something like this is if you have the destination P-switch plus some kind of track dangling on top of it that's directly on the screen. And you can do that. It would break the symmetry, and it would kind of add a little bit of additional noise that maybe breaks the theme, but it does have the payoff of being very clear. So, for example, if you just see a P-switch that's tucked under a track that's on the empty spots to one of the empty spots on the left or right, that would be very clear. But I think it is a bit of a trade-off that, you know, when you build something like this and you don't make the P-switch visible, what you're saying is, okay, I kind of trust the player to understand that just from the lack of any other options. The only thing that sort of made me doubt that was simply the length of the pattern, that with survival timers, if they're relatively quick, then you understand it instantly. If they're not very quick, you start kind of questioning yourself as the player partway through, I think. But I was definitely looking around and thinking, okay, are there any other options I could be looking for? And when it was clear that the answer was no, well, then the answer was no. Yeah, it's just that you do need to be consistent over a long scale. I don't know how close I was to the end. 2 times each phase, okay. In that case, I'm not exactly sure what you're counting as a phase. I do know that you have the on-off switch toggle followed by the fishbone spawning. I'm not really tracking that timing mentally, but I guess by phase transitions you're talking about the red phase and the blue phase. So yeah, so maybe it's not really that long, it's just that it's intense with activity to the point where I think it affects my sense of time. Whoops. And the idea with the fishbones, of course, is that I will want to lead them. And the idea with the spike ball is I just want to get way out of the way. Just not deal with it. Yeah, because you can kind of strategize this instead of just playing reactively. You can lead the Koopaling projectiles in one direction and then swap. Likewise, you can lead the fish and swap. You know, just have them notice you and hopefully make enough room to get out of the way. And fail right at the end. And yeah, SD, I don't know if you just mainly buy physical games still, but definitely for both physical and digital tracking. The best solution for a lot of stuff on a Switch is at DekuDeals.com. That's what I tend to use, except, of course, when I just check my eShop wish list and see everything light up as it did this week. But it's nice to have indicators of historical pricing patterns and discounts on Nintendo games, so you know when something is just frequently on sale and you can just leave it to later. And when you know that something is at a very rare record low price. So, I've always liked that for things like Steam as well, that having historical price tracking really does inform a lot of decisions if you're saving. I find, though, that, like, I have to be very careful about building backlog. This is one thing that, like so many other people, I learned the hard way in the early years of Steam flash sales and Humble Bundles, back when they were good. That building a huge backlog just because everything is on sale is actually not cost-effective. If you don't end up playing this stuff, it's not actually cost-effective. Because even if you just pay full price for things that you want to play in the moment, impulsively, if you know that you're going to play them, then, you know, in terms of dollars per hour that you actually put into the game, it's still going to work out pretty efficiently. Especially if you actually enjoy the game. Thank you for the follow. So, I mean, I guess a lot of this pricing discussion started when we were talking about, you know, value and dollars per hour and such. I think the other thing that's potentially misleading with that, I mean, it's a good metric. Like, somebody should have a good estimate for that. But you also kind of have to account for the amount of padding that you can have sometimes, right? That, you know, if you're thinking about dollars per hour for something like Xenoblade 2, you probably don't want to count all the time that you're spending just rolling for, what is it, cores for the blades or whatever. Because that's actually a significant time consumption that's very passive, where you can really just click buttons all day to roll your cores while you're doing something completely different, and it's not really playtime as such. Likewise for other things that just have an element of mindless grind to them, right? Where, like, I found that the best value I've gotten out of anything this year was actually Bowser's Fury, and it's a famously short thing, and it's like very much an add-on rather than a full game, and I think a lot of players were justifiably wary of picking it up if they had already played 3D World on a Wii U, just because it seemed like, okay, 5 to 10 hours, am I really going to get much out of that? And then that, I think I spent 8 or 9 hours streaming the entirety of Bowser's Fury to 100% here back in February. And that felt like a significantly more substantial experience than a lot of video games that were 2 or 3 times the length. Because it was just so efficiently paced, right? It's kind of like if you think back to Super Mario World or Mario 64 and such, like, you don't actually have that many hours of playtime in those, but they feel very, very substantial, and they stand out in your memory as games that are much bigger and longer than they actually are, because they're just dense with activity and variation. And I found that Bowser's Fury was the first thing I played in a long time that really kind of captured that sense of being a game that felt much more content-packed than its playtime implies. It's a very rare thing these days. And whoops. Mandatory mention of Phoenotopia. Huh. And, yeah. I'm aware, Doge WoW, of Man of Steel. I think we actually banned one Man of Steel account already last time, and we'll just sort of issue a warning this time, because that's not what Father's Day is for. But let me see if I can actually manipulate where I'm going here. Bowser's Fury should have the way to replay the content without having to restart a whole save. Yeah, because some of the content does get cleared. That's very true. And hello, Nukukaza. Welcome. At Nukukaza, you'll notice that we are playing with an item that you may be familiar with. We were actually just conversing earlier about whether you would have played this yourself. But yeah, you would absolutely kill it. I mean, this is just a boss segment at the end of a shoot-'em-up inspired level. And this is purely just a survival timer segment, but as you can see, we're going to have some back and forth with the state switching, where you have the spike ball phase and the fishbone phase. We don't want to start over. We want to just continue from this checkpoint. And yeah, just one moment, please. Let me just see if I can fix something up here. Okay. And give Nukukaza 30 seconds and he'll finish it before I do. Yeah. That's definitely happened before. Where you'll see a P-Balloon, a fellow P-Balloon, a kindred spirit, and just gun for that right away. And okay, let's get through here. Okay, let's basically just try not to get hit at this point. I mean, I've been cycling through to the fourth and final phase and just not gotten through it every time. So. Okay. So, really just should be a little more attentive here. We did have a strategy mapped out earlier, and I haven't been following it at all. I guess we've been too busy talking about video game pricing, but... yeah, like I was saying to the viewers who had come in yesterday, I may pick up a whole bunch of the indie games on my wish list that are on sale this week and stream them sometime in the coming weeks. When I originally started the stream, we sort of had the intention of alternating a bit more often between that Mario Maker and indie titles, but the Mario Maker side just kind of took over completely. Partly just from the endless supply of really interesting content. And also because, you know, you get a lot more viewer engagement. It's a much more social experience. But I am definitely thinking that we'll do a couple of smaller games as we get into July that are still going to be relevant to a Mario Maker audience in terms of, you know, having a puzzle or platforming element to them. And so I had a few in mind, and I'm not going to disclose what they are just yet, but it is something I'm considering right now, just as a slight alternative from time to time to the midweek pattern that we have, where typically we do Super Worlds, puzzles, etc. So viewer levels will continue as before. This weekend schedule will not be affected, but we'll probably be swapping some Mario Maker out for some other content just to add a bit of variety as we get into next month, and hopefully that'll be interesting to people. I know it's you know, much less discoverable as a stream. And yeah, New Gukaza, I definitely found the Wigglers in the first segment a little bit difficult to read at first, in terms of finding out what safe locations were going to be. I eventually just capitulated to the realization that there are no real safe locations. I just need to get out of the way and just steer very clear. Whoop. There we go. Just dodged all of this. Dodge, dodge, wow. And let's go through here. And yeah, there we go. And okay. Final phase, let's dodge some fish. Yesterday's discarded fish and chips. Okay. Yeah, just need to find my spacing there. Playing a little bit too off screen, but okay, I'm not going to get trapped under. That's very important. And at last, we're going to survive. Oh, hey, we'll get a cave at the end, and Yoshi. Just explore down here. Oh, I see the rocket crashed because you blew it up and everything is just a mess now. All this space debris. So neither Phoenotopia nor Vigil are on sale. I don't really know anything about either of them. So, Nil64, you'll probably have to elaborate, but... Thank you for that. Yeah, I definitely liked a lot of DDO's boss concepts from what I've seen of some of the other levels, so... And yeah, let's give that a win. Thank you for the GGs, and let's go on to the next selection. Phoenotopia is basically Zelda 2 meets Secret of Mana sprite design. Okay. So Secret of Mana sprite design, but in a bit of a side-scrolling perspective then. If I understand you correctly. And SD, yeah, same request as usual. I'll scroll down your list and see what is next. Vigil is Bloodborne if Salt and Sanctuary is Dark Souls. Okay. I haven't played any of those, but I do know what the sort of analogy between Salt and Sanctuary to Dark Souls is in terms of how closely it tries to replicate that. I don't know enough about what was actually different between Bloodborne and Dark Souls to kind of follow the rest of that comparison, though. Because I always just hear about them lumped together as part of the From Software Soulsborne portfolio. So yeah, that's been a pretty major gap in my video game knowledge over the past 10 years or so, is that I just don't know the Soulsborne stuff at all. Apart from seeing some of that progression system trickle over into other games. Here's Ghostly Games. Collect all the pink and red coins to win. No shield in a steampunk theme. Okay, I see. Yeah, if I saw something like a screenshot of Vigil, I might recognize it. But I'll have to look into that at another point. I've got a wish list that's absolutely gigantic. And, you know, when it comes to things like what we were talking about earlier with things like dollars per hour value or whatever, I find that in terms of streaming, that if I'm doing games on the side that are not Mario Maker, it's actually a good incentive to be running some smaller games. It's very easy to overlook, I think, some games that are built on a smaller scale sometimes because they don't really follow the sort of dollars per hour approach as well. You know, if they just have a very tight concept to them, that can only go so far. But I find that, you know, if I'm streaming a game here that I don't necessarily want to do something that's going to be a big commitment for weeks, that's going to be a safety coin, this is going to be multi-segment. Let's see what everything is going to be, starting with the Evo room. Goomba, yay. Eventually, we'll want to have an on-off switch activation such that we can drop down there with a key and take a point of damage on what will then be an activated blue spike. I see. P indicators tell you where these guys are going to pop up. Oh, I guess they're controlled by the slope placement. That's how that's being done. Yeah, because the slopes prevent them from traveling. Star is available out there. That's interesting. It's telling me to go up, so I assume that I have to take a point of damage and then hit an on-off switch up there. Okay. So we can just take damage, whatever. And then we need to run back. And we need to run back quickly because it will actually be the star that allows me to survive. Oh no, I can just grab the Goomba hat. Never mind. Something like 8 one-ups hidden throughout. Okay. I haven't been counting. You took world record in that P-Balloon level? Yeah, Nuka-Kaza, that was completely in line with expectations. I kind of assumed you hadn't played it because you were not already a world record. But there you are. Congratulations, anyway. Yeah, I need to plan around these skip squeaks, of course, in terms of jumping over that. But I think I need to let them down first for the initial bounce, and that's probably the better approach here. So, we'll check this, first of all. We did check that, okay. Oh, he says. Okay. Yeah, that initial jump is probably the best way to deal with this. Do I want to go lower? I didn't really take a look at the exits. I do not want to go lower, okay. I see. No, I just totally forgot what the gate in this segment was actually going to be, so let me just pay attention for once. So, Mil64, I don't know how often you are here and how many of Nuka-Kaza's levels you've seen, but Nuka-Kaza is the resident P-Balloon master of Mario Maker 2. And yeah, I guess that is a good question, whether Nuka-Kaza actually does play any shoot-em-ups as well. I should just go through the pipe. What am I doing? No, I shouldn't go through the pipe. I should... back. Oh, I see, and it's going to be wall jump up, and I work my way back up, but then what do I need a bullet hat for? Let's take a look at this again. I really need to pay attention to what the exit is going to be. The exit is just a key door over here. I will grab everything, I'll come back here, and so it's just a matter of making your way back up, but with the ability to take a point of damage by peeling off the bullet hat. So, and yeah, SD, I just read your comment earlier about the ghosts being trapped in their location regardless of the slopes because of the Goomba hat. Out of all the Goomba hat interactions that I've explored, that is one that I had completely overlooked. That they remain in location. As you would expect them to. So... always nice to find new stuff with the Goomba hat. I do feel like it is a criminally underused item. Okay. There we go. Much better. And yeah, I actually didn't know Mil64 how active R-Type still was as a series, so you'll have to fill me in on that. Not a genre I follow that closely. At least not anymore. So you hit the P-switch and then you go right, and then eventually you'll loop around up top, okay. Okay. And then just a little bit too slow, so let's respawn through this, except you can't. I think I actually... oh yes, reset doors over here, okay. Yeah, pretty visible concept right off the bat, of course. I just had a bad jump coming out of there. And, no, we already had the correct on-off state, so we'll just get it out. They just released the last one after a hiatus of a decade or two. Okay. Didn't know that. It's been nice to see so many neglected genres and series get a revival. Much better than it was during those days when, you know, people just thought that 2D made 3D, or rather 3D just made 2D totally obsolete or something, right? Like that. Very trend-driven thinking and design. That's one thing that I think is substantially better about the modern state of the video game industry, is that it does afford significantly more variety in terms of understanding that certain design conventions weren't just outdated ideas or whatever, but were things that are design spaces that are still very well worth exploring. I think we're much more open to that kind of thinking these days than the industry used to be, so. You wonder if I can get soft block in the P blocks. Oh, in terms of getting trapped there when they expire, I mean, as a single column, I think you're actually okay. I think you do get pushed, but I didn't check that very thoroughly. Okay, so this is just a little bonus room here. Right, because we came through a warp block. Yeah, if it's a column, you're pushed. That's what I thought. Oh, wait, thank you for that. And thank you for submitting that. Yeah, poor books. Cat getting all over the shelves like that just for a couple of coins. Don't let your cat do that to your own shelves. Okay, one last one left in the queue. That's Doge Doge Wow. Doge Doge Wow has a very distinctive style as a maker. We'll see what's in store for us this time. Okay, this is by Player X2, that's the profile here, with world record by Cloge, or perhaps Doge. Extreme Pick-a-Path, non-lethal, 500-second timer, crazy maze key is required. Surprisingly high clear rate for that kind of thing. Clear check time is 3 minutes 38. Non-lethal, 500-second timer, crazy maze. Now, unfortunately, I don't have my... I'm using my Super Nintendo controller, which means I can't magnify, but let's just map it out by looking at it. Not that I can see it very well, unfortunately. I may need to magnify it in order to do this properly. Because the idea is that if it's a pick-a-path with soft resets, then you would just pick a path and eventually wind up there. You can't actually tell because all of the paths are going to end with door or pipe exits, I think, that may or may not kick you back. So unless you know the structure of the level, I think you may not be able to decode it just by looking at it like this. But that's what we're dealing with, so let's see it. And you do have a world record, yeah. So we'll just go through it systematically. Oh, that's sort of interesting that both of those lead to this location here. That's also Okay, so no, we just avoid that exit because we know that there are multiple paths that lead towards it, right? Unless these pathways are all problems and the idea is that you have to go all the way through, except... Let's see about this. I'm just trying to map up the concept here so we kind of know what we're dealing with. It's literally just a maze, but this is actually kind of interesting. Oh, although, yeah, I guess this location does prevent you from going back, so some things here are going to be one way. So yeah, I guess you can't really just cheat it from the opening screen unless you know what kind of exit you're looking for. And yeah, the Super Nintendo controller, the official one, has this weird thing where on the software level, while you're in the Super Nintendo online app, the ZL and ZR buttons are mapped to capture and home, but it's not system level as a mapping. It's a mapping that's specific only to the Super Nintendo software that's part of the online service, which is a bit of a strange implementation. It's my only problem with this controller because I love it otherwise. So, we haven't actually checked the pipes that are at the very beginning, and maybe I should. Except we also don't have any idea what the subworld will look like. That's something that's important to note as well. We have a bit of a hub here. Let's see what this is all about. Okay, yeah, subworld, we just can't scout it whatsoever. Checkpoint, that's interesting. Warp block, it looks like it's either going to be exit only. It is going to be exit only, unless we have something like a hammer suit to create blocks. And so, yeah, some of these all look exit only, which makes me wonder about the mapping of some of the pipes that we saw early on in the first segment. It's not that they assume you won't use the controller on any other games. You can use the controller just fine. I use the Super Nintendo controller all over the place. It's just that, just as it's missing the sticks, it's just unfortunately also missing the home and capture buttons. But what I do to get around that if I really do need the home button is my Joy-Cons are attached to my Switch, and I can just reach over and tap the home button on that if I absolutely need to. But yeah, this is just the early segment here. We can check the other pipe as well just to understand how everything is going to go. Map it out precisely. Because have we actually checked both pipes now at this point? Yes, we've got this one. We've not checked this one. So we'll just do that. I mean, nothing we can do but check every available exit. That's really the only thing that's going to happen here. And also just being able to track whether we are in the main world or the subworld. And yeah, we have another exit point over here. And yeah, ST, thank you once again for coming by and for submitting the level earlier. Yeah, well, we don't have enough of a general view of the overall layout of the level to really kind of systematically think about how to approach certain elements like this. Notice that you can't actually get in through this pipe, so it's over the limit of how many pipes you can pair with each other between the main world and subworld. Notice the key that is in that central location. So eventually we'll want to spit ourselves over there. Okay. Yeah, a couple of pipes here that dispense you all over the place. And that's going to be a dead end. Okay. Yeah, I mean, we've kind of lost all track of trying to do anything here systematically, but this will eventually be the exit after you grab a key, unless... Well, we'll see what happens when you go through that. So we'll keep that in mind. That's going to be on the right side of the layout here. I'll keep in mind the option of displaying comments later if we want to be totally cheeky about it. And yeah, nothing that we can navigate through over here. So yeah, all these pipes are just nothing. But we'll keep this in mind because this entire area is eventually what's going to get me over to the key. So we'll just continue checking some other locations to see how everything is matched. Okay, a warp block is just going to be a single use. It's going to spit me right back. And once again, let's just proceed all the way up. Okay, not much to do over here just yet. And up we go. And not quite what we need to get in here, is it? 69 seconds. We'll need to repeat a lot of this. I didn't track this pathway very well, but I think we want to get back to the segment we were in before by warping out of here and trying to get back to that top part that we had seen much earlier. So no, this is just going to be back in the main world. And so I need to remember what it was we did. Because I'll clearly run out of time on this segment, and so the things that we have solved so far are not going to remain in place. Unless we're very quick about it. And yeah, this is a surprisingly playable level. For sure. And definitely I don't have the memory to really decode everything that we've been doing so far, but I'm going to attempt to do so anyway. Just 8 seconds, yeah, I'm going to time out. Which is too bad, because I think I had the right idea, that I do know that from this point we're supposed to go to the right side of the vertical subworld. That's what's going to get me to the warp block, so... we need to then... Okay, we'll just get back to that segment. Unless there's a faster way to do that. I don't know if there was a faster pipe. But yeah, taking the right side there will wrap around here. And... take that early segment with this big pipe. The way forward is very clear at all times, yeah. And it's probably not the most efficient path. I love how the fact that Doge Doge Wow has the record on this. It signifies how deeply they enjoyed this level in their own right. Okay, we need to remember what it was that actually got me over to the key. Because I think we actually did need to be on the upper segment here, and then there's the branch that comes right around here. Not yet. Yes, so down there. We're able to do that eventually, and I'm trying to remember how. I think it was from the right side segment here, such that you would get wrapped around this block. Except note that just resets your position, so that's familiar territory, so that is going to be redundant. So we'll just ignore that. You think I'll see this through to the end? Yeah. Well, we'll see if that's actually going to be the case. But yeah, here that was where the warp block was earlier. We'll just be careful with that junction. And up we go. Okay, so that was in fact it. Yep. Okay, I think we now have plenty of time to work with, 355 seconds, in order to get back to the warp block segment that we were looking at earlier. So let's get back to the central segment. Do all this pipe stuff, maybe the long way. Right, because we wanted to get to the next series of pipes one at a time. Yeah, and all the way back to the left, because the idea would be to go through this one. It's definitely not an efficient path, but at least I have a good sense of where I'm going if I'm taking this route, even if it is a long and very circuitous route. We do at least understand my general position within the level if I'm going through familiar territory rather than trying to explore. So for example, I know that here, if I take this all the way up, we'll be back on track with where we were when we had a timeout previously. So we timed out as I was going through this segment here. And if I just pop over here, one of these pipes, I believe, actually does get me over to what I want. I just need to find it. And no, man, you don't need to stop. You keep going. We actually appreciate that sort of thing around here. We're people of good taste. Whoops. Okay, I need to remember this now, because I thought I had found something that was the warp block pipe as one of these exit pipes. But I may be wrong. Yeah, it is this pipe. Okay, so I was not misremembering that. So this is mesh. We could go through the pipe, but no, nothing there. So we'll just hop over and see what this is all about as we get to the right side of the screen. Let's check this first of all, just to make sure we can see the flag set up. And yeah, nothing there. And nothing there either. We'll just poke and prod at this until It gives way. Not a very good visual memory of where anything is located. But we'll just try to follow some visual clues. Yeah, it's going to be this pipe, and that's it. There we go. So yeah, I mean, I wasn't really kind of applying the full range of the skill set that you can, in fact, apply to that level. It's honestly not a bad concept, given what it is. That not only do you need to apply a kind of sense of visual memory, but as you're going through the pipes, you actually need to visually track the other pipes that you're passing by in order to see what the pathways are going to be. And so that was certainly the case for the flag at the end, but also understanding your sense of space for where some of the earlier ones were going. So it turns out that pick a pipe is just much better when you remove the death locks. And the locks in general, like when you just make things repeatable. Not that we are going to be approaching that record anytime soon. So legitimately not bad for a level that when you see it for the first time, it looks kind of like garbage. But you can see that there was actually quite a lot of thought to the layout. Anyway, thank you for the GGs. We'll mark that as a win. And that is going to be the end of the submission queue today. So, as I originally suggested, at the end of the submission queue, I'm going to go back to Furry Nova's level from earlier. The one where I was kind of fiddling with the double shell jump, and we'll make a few more attempts at that. I'm probably not going to stay much longer. But we'll go back and take a look. And we'll see if we can actually make it happen. Because I think I was reasonably close, it's just that I was losing consistency a bit, so... I don't actually know if Furry Nova is still here, but we'll try to close this out since I wanted to get back to it. And it was one item of unfinished business today. Yeah, Mel64, go ahead and hit the hay. Thank you for dropping by today and for showing me the levels that you had earlier. Like I said, if I'm not really making much progress on this one, I will probably just call it a stream instead of continuing for too long, because we're at about the 4-hour mark, and that's usually as long as I like to run. Like, I think that's ideal. But we'll just give this a few tries and see if we can get back to where we were at the limit of our progression. And if it turns out to be a bit more than I can handle right now, then we'll just cut our losses. Okay. The end trick might be painful to die to. Okay, interesting. Well, we'll have to see it first, just to see what it's all about. But yeah, we'll definitely end on this one today. I will not be taking anything additional, so... yeah, no, once again, bounce on a Koopa, up throw, then bounce on that thing on the right. I think it's a mole. Yeah, still throwing a little too high here. Need to throw on the way up. And adjust accordingly in order to get that landing. So we'll just try to clean up some of the consistency here early on. Yeah, lurching a little bit too far to the right to hit that shell, so we'll fix that as well. Okay, there we are. Yeah, I don't know why I'm missing that so often now. I did have it down consistently earlier on. It's a fairly standard shell jump right there, so I think I'm just not estimating my height accurately when it comes to shell release. So definitely slipping up a little bit when it comes to the release timings. But we'll see if we can make it happen. And if we can't, we can't. Yeah, the double is really not that intimidating. I'm missing it quite a lot. I was probably a bit too complacent about how challenging it would be, but it's not something that feels like a huge roadblock. It feels like a consistency issue, but not a really frustrating trick or anything. Okay, there we go. Still releasing it too high, to be honest, but if it hits, it hits. And yeah, a bit late in that one. Nope. Up we go. And back down. We'll eventually get this. I wasn't really keeping track of how far we were in terms of time. I guess we saw in a previous screen earlier how many tricks were left, but need to target a double here a bit better first. Yeah, like I said, not really going to grind at this all day, but trying to make some meaningful progress. At least getting back to the on-off switch. Seeing what's next. Okay, up we go. Yeah, some of this could be going a little bit better, but just need to clean that up and get some of that consistency back into fingers. Yeah, up. Yeah, something is still wrong with my spacing there. I think part of it is just adjusting between this first jump and the next one, and then I have to not lurch forward so much after having gotten into the habit of doing so the first time. That sometimes you kind of need to push on, and sometimes you need to go straight up, and I do have to switch between those mentally very quickly as I do different kinds of shell deflections. And yeah, there we go. Nope. Too far to the right, too. Hey. Nope. Yeah, it's actually kind of surprising that it's some of the more straightforward shells that are giving me the most trouble on this series of attempts. Whereas earlier, those were jumps that I wasn't too concerned about. Yeah, once we get over that, as we've done a few times already, we'll be able to make a proper attempt at the ending. Hasn't really happened yet, but while this is still reasonably warm and familiar, we'll take a crack at it. Okay, up we go. And much better that time. Yeah, still having some issues here for some reason. Just need to make a few adjustments to all of the simple shell jumps here. Yeah, it seems like the release timing on that spiny shell is totally wrong for some reason. Just need to look at that a little bit more carefully. I may be too far from the wall for that, in fact. That I am releasing that too early. And being a bit too paranoid about being able to catch the falling Buzzy shell. Such that I'm giving myself too much distance from the wall, thinking that I would need to do so to pick up the next shell when I don't actually need to do so because it is going to have a bit of rightward movement. Yeah, way too early. Way too early. It's going to be much simpler than that. Okay. We'll eventually get through a little more of that. At least that first shell has been cleaned up a bit more. Yeah, DDO, thank you for dropping by for so long. Good to see multiple levels from you today. Okay, finally got the timing on the first one right. I was going too soon previously. And getting a little bit twitchy about it. Now it's too late. We'll just make all the necessary adjustments and see what we can do. Okay, let's get in here. The first jump was going a little better, but we'll kind of bend into it like that. It's a lot of small positional adjustments that you need to make sometimes to get a shell jump down. I definitely found that one of the most challenging things about learning shell jumps was just learning how to correct yourself when you consistently do it wrong in one direction, be it too soon or too late or too far in one direction. It took a while to get into the habit of understanding what the problem was and which direction to adjust it in. So. But if you can kind of visualize that, and you can visualize your own mistakes in terms of what needs to be corrected about the interaction, that really seems to be a big part of the course of improving it, doing any of these techniques. No, way too early, way too early. Not even close to the location I wanted. Yeah, I really did feel like a lot of the attempts in the earlier session were much better than how this one's been going right now, but almost. Got up on the jump a little bit too much there. That wasn't quite right. So yeah, we'll just go back and do that. And Almost. Just a little bit out of position on the second shell there, but if we can get that going consistently, then I can actually practice this level for real. Whoops. And up we go. Too early still. Once again, I'm just anticipating the falling shell much too soon. Partly because I'm not able to see it off screen, of course, but that's pretty much the core of the challenge here, just being able to estimate accurately how I'll be able to catch that on the way down. Should be something that happens more or less automatically, like that. And then it's going to be a shell jump followed by a pickup of the Buzzy Shell, which we then throw upwards. And then we have the Vine trick at the end, which I haven't done properly, but which, if we can get back to it consistently, then that's something I can learn. So we have a little bit of progress here. Now if I can make the double on a more regular basis, then we can get back to that and practice it. But yeah, I see what you're saying now about the Vine trick at the end being something that will throw people off. I can already see that in terms of order and speed and positioning, there's going to be quite a lot that I'll need to learn about how it's supposed to operate. Some of the tricks happen in fairly quick succession, as you can see, so I felt like I was losing a bit too much height even when I did get to double successfully. So we'll go back there and see if we can make it work. Nope. Okay. No, the Koopa was actually hit the wrong way. It spat out of the shell to the left rather than the right, and so I had nothing to land on, which was a bit of a problem. So how you hit the green Koopa does in fact matter. I hadn't paid nearly enough attention to that, of course, because previously that segment just worked and sorted itself out. So we'll see if we can get that straightened. Okay, nope, not quite. Not to double, but everything was a little bit too low. Especially on the last jump at the end. Needed to, once again, delay the up throw slightly longer in order to get that to work at all, so. Okay, down we go. Yeah, still always uncertain about whether the shell catch will in fact happen. But catching the shell is rarely ever the issue, it's just that I have a bit of hesitation about recognizing when I have picked it up successfully, which is usually the case with those double elements like that. You know, just being able to recognize when that jump is available at all. Nope, missed a pickup. I am supposed to pick up the red shell and then toss it over to the right. Then we'll see about the final trick that I was warned about. Yeah, once again, didn't really get a good up throw on the red shell because we should have gotten the pickup on the way up. And so it was the positioning on the up throw that I think needed a bit of adjustment. Okay. Definitely some things we can be doing better here. Okay, here we are. Yeah, I was trying to lean left to grab the shell this time, and that didn't work out at all because, of course, I just missed the second landing location. There we go. That's going a lot better now. And, yeah, too early a release there. Real-life item abuse. Yeah, I guess it is. I don't know much about skateboarding, but I guess it looks as fancy. And then I have to get on top of the vine in order to dodge the piranha, right? So I need to hold up to get out of there, is what I'm understanding about that. But I certainly don't see an opportunity to be spin jumping on top of the piranha plant, so I think I do need to hit up to climb the vine and then probably jump out of it almost immediately. I still haven't gotten a good read on that element yet, and so next time I die there, I probably want to spend a little bit longer just looking at that setup to have a clear idea of what I'm dealing with. Whoops. Hey, making decent progress, though, in terms of being able to get over to that vine in the first place. I don't know that I've seen a vine shell jump before, firsthand. So this will be a first attempt at that trick. So, but we'll do it, hopefully. Might take a bit of learning initially, but that's expected. Once again, hit the Koopa too far to the right. Shell jump is literally a kickflip, okay. Can't really tell if you know that from experience skateboarding or if you just played a lot of Tony Hawk or something. I have a rough idea what a kickflip is. Now, there used to be a place I went to that was right by a cinema I attended regularly. That used to be a skate park. I don't know if it still is. But it was a bit of an urban skate park that was built underneath this overhang of a building in this theater district. And so I did watch some people doing skateboard tricks all the time there, but I was never very knowledgeable about what it was they were doing and what it was called. I mean, I guess if you don't know much about skateboarding, everything just looks as fancy as shell jumps in this game. Whoops. Okay, up we go. Nope. Yeah, still not really setting up the double very cleanly. There were a couple of attempts in there where that was going smoothly, but we may be past that peak. Yeah. I do want to delay that up throw a little bit, but probably not that much. It's a little too much to work with. And still throwing that one far too early. Getting closer, though. Eventually. There we go. No, too early. But then you up throw the Buzzy Shell. You hit up to grab the vine, and then you jump up to catch the Buzzy Shell and then throw it again. And then I don't see what's going on with the P-block column. There's that one-way panel on the right, and I think I should be able to skip over it if I do shell jump in that location. If I go over it, then there is a shell column that is located on top of a stack of booze. And that will be my next landing location. So I land past the empty red blocks that are currently on the right edge of the screen, and then there's one additional shell. Yeah. Okay. I see. Yeah. You throw the Buzzy Shell up, you land on the vine, you jump out of the vine immediately to catch it. Okay. And yeah, thank you for the GG on the pipe level. Like I said, I'm kind of impressed that you clearly enjoyed it enough, Doge Doge Wow, to really map that out for the world record. Leave that as an impression on everybody else that you're going to send that level to. Nope, too early on that shell. Yeah, it's that I'm seeing the next shell come up so closely that I'm perhaps releasing early because I'm reluctant to bump the next shell with the one I'm holding. I'm clearly overcompensating for that. Whoops. Yeah, in general, understanding that certain locations don't require me to release so early is going to be the main improvement that we can make here. That's too late. But yeah, we'll see if we can make this happen. And then down we go. Oops. Nope, I wanted to get back in. That was an accidental exit. We'll put in a few more attempts. Not going to necessarily count on having to clear today, but we'll get back there. And whoops. It's starting to slip a little bit though, as you can see. Even on some of the easier stuff. But I'm hoping to get at least one good clean attempt on the final segment that we've reached. So I can at least try that out now that I've looked at it and seen what is coming. Yeah, still way too early on that spiny shell. I don't see why it's so difficult to correct that and do it with a proper timing. I know. So yeah, we'll just continue trying to push through this and see what else I can do to make it work. No, once again, I don't always pay attention to what's going on with the green Koopa. I just sort of expect it to work, and so it does get me into trouble sometimes when I have it a little too far and project it the wrong way entirely. Okay, there we go. Just barely over. And yeah, kind of a bad release there in terms of making it over. I knew what trick was coming, it's just that my positioning was way out. So at that point I was definitely feeling way behind on horizontal momentum. And definitely unable to make it over. Okay, there we go. Nope, too early. Yeah, I wasn't aiming very well for the Buzzy Shell that time in terms of coming out of the shell release on the red shell. And it's a very quick series of tricks there. Not much downtime from one element to the next. Yeah, too early. It's good to be able to spot what I need to fix. It's just that fixing it is going to take a few attempts. Nope. And also the directional adjustment as we get into the vine to grab it properly and jump out. What is a naked pipe but not a half pipe? I guess that's true, just not along the axis that you would typically associate with the half pipe. Okay. Nope. Although that does kind of have an interesting implication in that it's surprising that there isn't something like a Mario Pro skating game that specifically uses the Mario pipes as half pipes. I guess if that's the only concept to work with, that runs out of juice pretty quickly, but... I feel like I have seen a skate park in a Nintendo game at some point. I just can't place what it is. Oh, Splatoon, of course. They're all over Splatoon. Black Belly Skate Park. No, too soon. Yeah, I think Splatoon already kind of has that particular aesthetic monopolized now. Whoops. Okay. Not quite. Like I said, if I could just get onto Vine one more time, that would be great. Because then at least I can try the intended series of interactions, but we need to get back there to begin with in order to get any practice in whatsoever. I don't know yet if that will happen. Okay, so... yeah, I managed to catch the shell, but a little bit low. In that I wasn't really jumping off the top of the vine. You kind of need to jump off immediately. And I'm just looking at this right now and seeing what the remaining interaction is going to be. Because it looks like there's going to be a shell pickup on top of the booze, and then one additional bounce that has to do with the spring on the right side, so... I think we may call it there for the time being. I'll try to get back to this at some point, especially for Nova, if you want to resubmit it, unless you want to give me something else, but we're quite close. I can see that I'm quite close because I can see where the row of the red switch blocks is. And that final 3-column semi-solid, that's very close to the gate. Just a few jumps away, but those are jumps that will take some work. In terms of being able to catch the shell out of the vine climb, so... I see how it's supposed to go, though. But I think it's a good time to just pass on it for the time being. Anyway, thank you very much for all of the submissions today. That will be the end of this stream. This week, we will definitely, I think, be doing puzzles on the regular slots Monday to Tuesday, but I'm also trying to find an additional time to finish the Super World that we started last week, or a few days ago. If I can do it tomorrow, I will, but if I can't, then I'll bump that later in the week. But it will be mainly Mario Maker this week, and then starting the week after, we'll probably diverge into some other things, if all goes according to plan. In the meantime, I'm going to look around for somebody that I can send you off to in a raid. But thanks for watching. Thanks for all the emotes from various animal gangs. And of course for all the submissions today, which were, in general, quite a lot of fun to play. So, I'll be looking around for somebody. And you have a good night, good morning, happy Father's Day. Do remember to call your fathers and remain in communication with your families if you are able. If that's the kind of thing you're into doing. No, you really should. But in any case, have a good day, a good weekend, and fare thee well.